Damien was a fairly wealthy man. Back in high school, he was nicknamed the lawyer, but that was more from the fact that he always wore a black suit and red tie in all weathers. Was it winter or summer? Damien never wore anything else. It seemed like that suit was the only thing in his closet. But no, he just had 5 of these jackets and pants. What kind of ties? The choice was huge, from the usual basic black boatie to a red tie with flowers. Of course, Damien didn't become a lawyer, but that aristocratic remained in him forever. At a more mature age, around 30, he began collecting watches. What else is an independent man who has built a career on art to do? Yes, exactly, on art. It would seem that how can a person who knows culture and knows about paintings and books earn so much? But he can, and perfectly well. Damien was an example of this. Humanities are often undervalued by society, and for good reason. Art is much more complex than math and engineering. It's about feeling. If he had become a prosecutor or a lawyer, he would never have gotten that skill. But he made the right choice. He followed his heart. And while his classmates sweated at work in stuffy offices, he gave lectures, visited museums, conducted seminars. And then he became a famous movie critic. All these fields of activity, of course, over time began to bring him quite a large income. He bought a beautiful house outside the city, a house that was surrounded only by a forest of spruce trees. Those trees always soothed him. He found peace in the rustling of those branches, in the smell of the place, in the atmosphere itself. Often sitting by the fireplace and reading a book, he would look out his panoramic window, as if envying himself. It was indeed spectacular. With him sat his faithful dog of royal breed and quietly wagged his tail, putting his clever head on his master's knee and looking at the vastness, as if he too felt this power, the power of this place. It was really mystical special. Sometimes you sit at the foot of a fir tree, look up, and there is an owl sitting there. Damien told his daughters about his impressions. It is a majestic and wise bird, and it looks at you, and you keep your eyes on. Are you afraid to scare it away? Or are you really communicating with this mysterious creature? Well, if you ask me, life in the city's a lot better. At least I haven't met any maniacs. Amy's youngest daughter laughed as she put a sugar cube in her cup of green tea. Oh, you've seen too many horror movies and now you're doing something crazy, the older daughter replied. Both daughters were in their early 20s, and Damien had turned 50 last month. He looked very solid for his age. Sometimes his daughters called him vintage dad. Damien laughed. It didn't embarrass him or make him angry. On the contrary, he liked growing up, gaining experience. He was getting better every year, just like the expensive French wine in his cellar. Well, Darcy, what's your opinion on that? Damien laughed in a businesslike manner. Cross your arms? About what? The older woman asked, finally sitting down at the table. She liked tea, but pouring it into each mug was torture, Darcy said. There are only 4 of us at the table, father, sister, myself and my husband. But my father and sister are my guests tonight, so it is my duty to be a proper hostess. Where would you like to live? Damien clarified his question without taking his daughter's serious gaze off him. I am comfortable here. The city is a place of opportunity for me. What I would do in the middle of nowhere, I don't know how to answer that either, Darcy said. Dad, I'm not you who reads a book, tells the world about it, and criticizes it, and get $50,000 for it. Damien, you're exaggerating, he laughed. Wait a minute, Amy. My main income comes from lectures to upperclassmen. And you've made a fortune off of them, she said sarcastically. Oh, please. What kind of fortune? Well, I bought a house in the woods. What of it? In fact, I'm just a professor who teaches cultural studies. Yeah, and you also do charity work. And also bought downtown apartments for my 2 daughters, laughed Darcy's husband, Matthew. You should do the same. Damien strongly recommended it. Alex and I go to the orphanages every week, by the way. You can't imagine how much clothing they accumulate after a theater performance. They re-stitch the costumes, and they make great clothes for the kids, Amy said. By the way, where's Alex? I haven't seen him in a while. Where's my brother-in-law? Damien faked indignation. Dad, stop it, Amy shushed him. First of all, he's not your son-in-law. And second of all, I told you at the beginning that he was sick and couldn't make it. I wasn't at the beginning. I was late. You know the traffic on Friday nights, Damien replied. Yeah, the traffic called the flower shop, Darcy grinned, nodding at the 3 bouquets and vases her father had given her. Damien was even embarrassed, but he didn't show it, just laughed with everyone else. He loved his daughters more than life. They were the only reminder of his deceased wife, Sandra. How much they were like that beautiful woman, just as kind and helpful, beautiful, and at the same time incredibly sweet. Damien tried to do everything for them. He thought it was his duty as a father, provided them with apartments, always offered them money, but the girls refused. They wanted to achieve everything honestly, by their own labor, and their father understood them. He was very proud of his daughters, who were so eager for independence. A few minutes passed and Damien broke the silence again. "When am I going to have grandchildren?" Everyone almost choked on their tea, and then laughed out loud. "Dad, you're a joker today. Are you going to be a comedian?" said Amy, laughing out loud. "You almost choked us with tea." "Why? Don't you want to give me heirs?" Damien persisted. "Dad, we are your heirs," Darcy replied. "I don't think it's too early to think about grandchildren. They just turned 23. She's a girl like me." "Yes, my dears, you're right," Damien said a little sadly. By the end of the tea party, he very rarely spent time with his family. They were all busy setting up their own families now. Damien looked at the happy married couple. Darcy and Matthew looked at Amy, who was smiling, looking at the screen of her phone. Surely her lover must be texting her. And Damien thought to himself with some vague regret at how lonely and maybe even miserable he was. Those thoughts haunted him all the way back to the mansion. He was met by his only true friend, a dog named Fred, who was already 3 years old. If you counted by human years, he was about 21. What, a young man in the prime of his life, Damien thought, and sat down by his favorite fireplace. Fred sat down next to him. "I guess it's our fate to be lonely," Damien said. "You want a girlfriend, don't you?" "I'm sorry, friend, but I don't want puppies." "Well, they're all over the shelters as it is. We don't need any more poor little dogs in the world. Save these poor things." Remembering the shelters, Damien went to the round table and found a letter from the New Life Dog Shelter. Just recently, Damien had donated $100,000 to this shelter. It wasn't a small amount of money, but it was better than nothing. Damien was not a greedy man. He just liked to distribute his income properly, and he divided the money among many organizations. The letter read, "Dear Damien, we are very grateful for such a great contribution to our homeless animal shelter. We want to express our gratitude to you. And as a presentation, we are sending you a collar. It's very durable. You're durable. Definitely be well taken care of." The envelope did indeed contain a spiked collar. Damien took it out and laughed. "Do you realize they think I'm really going to spike you?" He showed the collar to the dog, while the dog sniffed the object with interest. "They are so used to restricting the freedom of animals, and all they need is clean air and enough freedom to do what they want," Damien reasoned. He sighed sadly, sat down on the couch, and began to prepare his paper, which he would present at the lecture the following week. He sent out invitations to all his acquaintances, family, relatives, and his students. The lecture was at the Museum of Modern Art. Damien had to get up almost at 5 in the morning, so as not to be late for his own performance. Of course, he wasn't the only one speaking there. Various critics, lecturers, professors, writers, art historians, and other speakers came from all over the city. Damien often felt uncomfortable in such company, but today he tried to fight his embarrassment. He was a professor, after all, and his thoughts have the right to be spoken along with the others. "Good afternoon, Damien," shouted one of his students somewhere in the opposite corner of the hall. She ran towards him with a face that had a smile up to her ears. Damien really set this girl apart from the rest of his students. Not only was she great at art, but her looks were amazing. She looked like an elf. White as snow, straight hair, and slightly pointed ear tips. Her very face was very refined, and the professor, although he was not a follower of mass culture, could not help but remember the movie The Hobbit. After all, that's exactly how the eternally young, beautiful elves were portrayed there. "Good afternoon, Sandra." Damien smiled. "What can I do for you?" "The lecture starts in half an hour." "I just wanted to ask you when you have a seminar with my group," Sandra asked. "Honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. I don't think I'll be able to make it to class on Wednesday, but you can definitely wait for next week. And by the way, warn the others that the test is coming up." The girl almost glowed with happiness. Damien's exams were always a lot of fun. It wasn't the usual class where the teacher called the students to the blackboard as if they were being executed. No, it was completely different. They sat in a circle so they could see each other's eyes, and everyone answered the questions in order. And in the spring, these exams were held outside in the fresh air. What could be more beautiful? Sandra loved Damien's lessons. This teacher really had something to say, and the girl got into his every word. "I am very honored by this attention," Damien admitted, and almost bowed. Sandra was indeed his favorite student. Damien had high hopes for her. She was very capable and hardworking, doing all the reports. Often she brought some interesting materials to study just for fun, and she and her classmates would take them apart in class. It wasn't just a faculty, it was a dream. And it was all thanks to Damien. Sandra jumped with joy and ran towards the stage. Damien also took his time walking that way, looking at the paintings of beautiful modern artists. He used to not understand their style, their language. But one day he decided to attend one sensational lecture, which turned his conservative idea of art upside down. From then on, he began to visit such exhibitions more often. He liked the concepts themselves, the language of the creators. They express their feelings through strange figures or compositions. Many people do not understand modern art, but if you understand art as feelings, with the help of which the author expresses himself, can feelings be subjected to the laws of logic? No, it's impossible. Our feelings are confusion, impulsiveness, chaos. It's an explosion of emotions, a firework, an avalanche, a torrent. That's what real art is. No, it absolutely did not mean that Damien stopped being fascinated by classical works and started watching only modern dramas and reading books of this century. Damien still preferred Shakespeare to everything in the world and adored Pushkin. But time is passing. Art and culture take on a whole new color. And to conform to the new time, one must accept its basic laws and genres. It is in our age that art is free. People express themselves with the help of strange at first glance objects, draw incomprehensible pictures, make sculptures incomprehensible to the masses, but all this really shows what a big step culture has made by the standards of mankind. People are not restricted by the limits of their previous existence. They do and create what they want, what they feel. This was inspiring to Damien, and it was in this lecture that he was going to tell everyone about contemporary art and its impact on people. And now welcome the legendary movie critic, literary critic, journalist, writer, and of course, philanthropist Damien, announced the host. Damien came on stage with a smile, adjusted his tie, coughed into the microphone, and took out his works. There were about 30 pieces of worksheets. Damien hoped he would be understood and supported. He was a little apprehensive. The other professors who had spoken before him had talked about timeless classics, about the importance of preserving history, and now he would break all the foundations and tell everyone the truth, or rather, what the future of mankind is striving for, in his opinion. So he began confidently. Many of you in this room probably know me as a literary critic as well as an art critic. Well, today I want to talk about art, specifically about its contemporary direction. There were sighs and muffled exclamations in the hall. The reactions were quite different, but Damien noticed one pattern: mostly teenagers and students were happy about the topic. In general, the younger generation, quite older or even elderly people, contorted their faces in anticipation of something unusual. Of course, Damien was a bit tense about this reaction of the older generation. After all, they were the ones who were now at the helm. And if Damien said something wrong, he would quickly be judged and suspended. His heartbeat increased noticeably, but he decided to continue. Modern art is something marvelous and beautiful. It reflects our society, our thoughts, our feelings. It is a broad concept that encompasses various forms of creativity, from painting and sculpture to installations and performances. Artists use new materials, techniques, and ideas to express their thoughts, emotions. Damien hesitated for a few seconds, but he saw Sandra's gaze shining with support. She seemed about to soar with delight. She really liked Damien's speech. Modern art is also often controversial because its meaning and purpose are not always clear, he continued with a smile. However, that is where its value lies, its ability to provoke dialogue and reflection. Often works of contemporary art offer the viewer new views on the world, evoke emotions, and make them think. It is important to realize that contemporary art does not have to appeal to everyone. It is meant to evoke different reactions and emotions, as well as to open new horizons for understanding and perceiving the world. That is why we are here now, in this museum. Here very young talents show what their thoughts and feelings are capable of, what they themselves are capable of. I think it would be useful for all of you to study at least a few paintings, installations, sculptures. Yes, at first glance you may think that it makes no sense at all, and the artist obviously smoked something before creating this masterpiece. Laughter erupted in the audience. But look closely, Damien continued, pleased with the first lively reaction. Once you remove your preconceptions about contemporary art, once you feel what the author of a particular work wanted to say, only then can you understand yourself. Damien talked for a long time and finally finished. At first there was applause, and then whispers were heard in the hall, quickly turning into loud cheers. I hope that I have helped you a little to see contemporary art in a new way, he said. Once again, I insist that you examine the works in this museum. May each of you discover something new in contemporary art. May we be prepared to reflect on its meaning and impact on our lives. It will definitely be useful for you. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or want to discuss this topic in more detail, I will be happy to help. Once again, the room began a vibrant discussion of the words we had just heard. Damien really struck a chord with many. Many visitors began to approach the paintings, sculptures to study them not superficially, but in more detail. Damien was glad that many people were influenced by his words and had a positive reaction. Of course, there were some grumpy old men who immediately left the building after this mini lecture, but that didn't really upset Damien. The main thing was that he had conveyed his thoughts to the general public, and the reporters who filmed all of his speeches would probably post it on social media, which would create even more coverage. Damien came down from the stage and was immediately approached by 3 girls who asked for his autograph. Of course, he didn't turn them down. He realized that it's not every day you can meet someone who is 15 years older than them, but understands their whole life, understands what they live, and what art means to them. Damien noticed a girl not far away who was looking at a painting. She seemed genuinely interested. She was wearing a light, airy white dress with a wide ribbon around her waist. She looked very graceful. Her ponytail, which was made with a hairpin, completed this airy look. Damien just couldn't help but approach this thoughtful lady. He approached her very quietly and stood at her side, from which the girl, when she turned her head, flinched in surprise. "Oh, excuse me, please," the mysterious stranger stammered. Damien's smile never left his face. He thought he looked like a maniac, but he just couldn't take his eyes off this marvelous creature. "I'm sorry I startled you," he said. "It just seemed to me that you were trying very long and hard to understand this picture." "Yes, after listening to your lecture, I really wanted to take a closer look at these colors and strokes. You inspired me, you might say," the girl smiled. "Well, let me explain the meaning of this masterpiece, which is simply not yet accepted as such," said Damien. "I would be all for it." "My name is Damien." He extended his manly hand to this fragile angel. The girl was embarrassed and hid her smile behind the book she was clutching to her chest. Elise, the stranger, finally introduced herself and shook his hand lightly. "What have you got there, Jane Austen?" Damien asked, looking at the book Elise held in her hands. "Yes, I love such novels, romantic, but at the same time, very deep philosophy. It's all about knowing where to dig," she said. "Well, that's commendable," the man smiled. "But let's get back to the painting. This picture was painted by a rather famous artist, Jenny Samuels. Initially, you probably completely missed the meaning of those gray blotches and colors. Samuels is known for her gray hues and abstract style. She creates a sense of haziness and mystery. In this painting, you can see the different shades of gray that create a sense of depth and mystery. "I am amazed by you," Damien marveled. "It's the first time I've seen someone describe a painting in such detail based on both their own feelings and those of the author." "Really? I thought everyone did that." Elise grinned. "You gave me a whole lecture yourself." "There's an overwhelming sense of unease when you look at it," she continued. "I think gray shades can symbolize uncertainty, melancholy, or sadness, but everyone can perceive this picture differently, depending on their own associations and emotional state. Is that what you feel when you look at it?" "Well, I feel very uncomfortable," Damien admitted. "I feel like the author was depressed at the time she painted it, and deeply depressed. Although I find something in common with her emotional state. I think I even understand her." This red color, Elise pointed to the right corner. "It is a kind of anger, and all the gray colors represent a depressive state. It's as if the artist rarely has any emotion at all. Everything is gray, lifeless. Perhaps this life has become so ordinary for her that she's become unbearably bored." "I'm liking you more and more," Damien admitted aloud, and almost collapsed on the floor with embarrassment. He definitely hadn't meant to say that out loud. "I'm a professional editor with a degree in philology and 20 years of experience." He noticed Liz's embarrassment as well. She clearly hadn't expected that from a stranger either. "Well, it was nice to meet you," Damien tried to end the conversation as quickly as possible. "Maybe we'll see each other again at some of the exhibitions, though I don't go to them that often. Today was the only one I've been to in 6 months. I'm looking forward to seeing you again." "You're a very interesting person," Liz said. She shook the man's hand and left for another room. They never crossed paths again. A month passed. The meeting had completely slipped Damien's mind. He had already forgotten their conversation, but now he was invited to the exhibition again, but as an ordinary guest. albeit with some additional opportunities. For example, he could enter the halls where other visitors were forbidden to enter. Damien decided to go there with his family. It wasn't uncommon to get out somewhere, and this was a great chance to spend time together. The only one who couldn't join was Emily. She had gone into the hospital when her boyfriend passed on his illness, and she was sorry. "Honey's getting better," Damien said into the receiver of the phone and dropped the call. It was very hurtful, but there was nothing that could be done. Health was always more important. Darcy and her husband showed up for the meeting. They were all in formal suits. Such handsome, businesslike people. Darcy had done a dazzling hairdo. So many visitors turned around to get a closer look at the beauty. This time the show was held in one of their state's historic homes, as Damien liked to talk about the land Damien lived in. He even joked, "I wish I had a companion to dance at the ball." Of course, there were no balls in the former Noble Assembly. They don't organize balls nowadays. As last time, everyone came to see the paintings of modern artists. "It's a very strange piece of work, don't you think?" Darcy asked her father, coming up behind him. She took another sip of champagne and waited for his answer. Life is so inconceivable sometimes. It seems like only a month ago he was praising modern artists who brought something completely new to our world. But seeing it honestly makes me want to cry. What was he trying to say with those delicious cakes? Damien said. It was a very strange sculpture indeed. There were donuts with different colored icing glued to the mirror, white, black, and pink. Each one had teeth marks on it. One had the edge bitten off. Nothing else had been made or written here. Damien completely failed to understand the meaning of this masterpiece. "Oh, I see you two like my installation. I'm very flattered, because it took me a month to come up with the idea," said the thin young man, whose gait was more like a lady's. "A month?" Darcy shouted in surprise, and she shut her mouth as she saw the displeased look in the artist's eyes. "Yes, a month," he repeated haughtily. "Let me show you." He nonchalantly pushed Damien and Darcy aside and stood as close to the mirror as he could. Now he began. "This installation is called Stop Eating." Damien and Darcy looked at each other. They were trying hard not to laugh, but their smiles were definitely visible. "May I ask," Damien said, holding back a laugh, "why did you choose such a vulgar name?" "Oh, it makes an impression and makes you think." But he pondered, "Don't distract me. So where was I?" "Oh yes, my concept. It's simpler than it sounds at first glance. It's a protest against the toxic consumption of unhealthy products," the artist said, and stopped talking, as if he was waiting for a reaction. But the audience didn't react. "I don't understand at all what you're talking about." "Excuse me, what toxic consumption?" Damien asked. "Why are you people so shallow?" "All right, I'll explain it to you on my fingers," the artist sighed. "Let's start with the fact that our age is the age of consumption. People buy goods, food, in fact, absolutely everything, and then they throw it all in the trash. They pollute our nature and ecology. People today are really selfish. But that's not the point at all. I decided to look at the statistics of obesity in the world and was simply horrified when I saw the figures. Right now, 33% of our planet is already overweight. And if this isn't stopped, the numbers are only going to get bigger. "So how does your installation combat this problem?" Darcy asked. "See the donuts in the mirror? It's an addiction to sweets. To lose weight, you have to stop eating those sweets. But people decide how much weight they're comfortable with," Damien objected. "No, what's wrong with that?" The creator exploded. "The more they eat buns, the more they consume. It's all bad for our ecology." "But how will your painting help to combat this problem?" Damien asked. "People will look at it and realize what a terrible mistake they are making. They will realize when they look first at the donuts and then at the mirror." "But how are they going to realize that when even you've been explaining this installation to us for 15 minutes? Darcy wondered. "Why don't you write an explanatory note here, leave some guidelines?"
Yes, Damien had already begun to mock the poor young man, but he was not offended, but rather angry. It seemed like he was about to turn around and smash that mirror to pieces. It soon became clear that he really meant to do so, for he had already taken a swing. Emily rushed to stop the unhappy artist, but a girl who Damien hadn't expected to be here came to the rescue. It was Liz.
"Robert," she shouted and took the insane man by the arm. "Calm down, calm down." The words really seemed to have an effect on him. He, breathing heavily, stepped away from his masterpiece, frantically rotating his eyes. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" Liz asked him sternly. "Those two insulted my work," he cried. Damien certainly didn't think artists were so sensitive. He felt very ashamed, though he rather felt pity for the man. "We didn't do anything like that," Darcy said indignantly. "We were just talking, and I'm sorry, I don't know his name, acted like a child. What kind of circus have I come to?" "Liz? Do you two know each other?" Damien was surprised. "Yes. This is a good friend of mine," replied the girl, embarrassed. "Dad, who's Liz? Who is this?" Darcy whispered angrily in her father's ear. He was blushing more and more, but he didn't lose his senses. "Yes, this is Liz," he introduced his acquaintance. "I met her at an exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art about a month ago."
"Liz, I'd like you to meet her. This is my daughter Darcy," he addressed her.
Darcy had no choice but to smile and shake her hand.
"I'm very glad to hear that my father has a friend who also likes art. My age," she added casually, but everyone took the hint. Damien gave Darcy an angry glance, then walked over to Liz.
"I apologize," he said to Robert. "I shouldn't have tortured you like that. We were only curious. We didn't mean to hurt you." The young man gave Damien a haughty look and then walked away, catching his shoulder. "I'm sorry to have caused such a commotion," he said to Liz. She smiled embarrassedly, then said, "It's good to see you again. I didn't expect to meet you again and again at such an interesting exhibition." "Oh, yes," Damien laughed. "I'm here with my family." He glanced around to show Darcy and Matthew, but they had disappeared somewhere. He just shrugged and went back to his dialogue with this lovely girl. "What do you think of this work, Robert?" Damien asked as they strolled slowly down the hall. "I think it's overrated." "It's a masterpiece, no doubt, but there's nothing unusual about that smile. You see, people are always trying to find a clue when there's no clue. They're looking for a miracle in the ordinary for some reason. But I think Da Vinci is a genius," said Liz. "You see, it's not her smile that's the mystery, it's the look in her eyes. Leonardo, I think, was the first person who could make a smile with his eyes, not with his lips. It's like he put his soul into it. Those eyes seem to glow." "I didn't expect to hear you speak like that." "Very surprised," Damien replied. "Most importantly, I think exactly the same thing. You're so smart. Let me ask you an indiscreet question. How old are you?"
"I'm 26, Liz replied with a smile.
This answer did not embarrass Damien at all. He had expected something like that. Liz was very young, but she thought like a very wise person who had seen a lot. This seemed like something unbelievable. "Look at them," Darcy whispered to her husband. They were standing in a remote corner of the room, watching everyone like maniacs. Darcy stood businesslike, but already more relaxed. The alcohol had finally taken its toll on her, but she kept drinking. "This champagne is delicious. What are they discussing now?" "I don't think it's the mysteries of art or the meaning of life," she said wryly. "Do you want to come closer and have a look?" Matthew replied. Darcy looked at Matthew indignantly. "Are you stupid? What closer? What we'll see. But you wanted to, didn't you?" "God, I'm just speaking figuratively." Darcy was angry. "I don't like this. And Liz is too weak and clearly has a superficial view of people. You know, I know people like that. A pretty girl like that can't know about art. She just wants to make money. So she thinks about where to put her pretty face." "What are you getting so attached to her for? You don't even know her." Matthew replied. "Maybe this girl is really interested in paintings. Maybe she's an artist herself. You don't know." "There's no need to know." Darcy rolled her eyes, then pointed her finger gently at the girl with white hair. She was dressed in strange clothes. Everything seemed to be made of leaves, and her head was covered with intertwined tree branches. It was as if she was the embodiment of nature in a human body. "See, that's really an artist. That's a really creative person. Now look at her." Darcy nodded toward Liz. "Skin and bones. She's probably anorexic too." "Maybe you're just jealous," Matthew remarked. "I don't see anything wrong with that girl." "Jealous? Matthew, don't you understand?" She turned away from her husband and went back to watching Damien and Liz. They were looking at a large painting on the entire wall. Darcy nervously twirled her glass in her hands. She certainly didn't like what she was seeing. "What if she wants my father's money?" Darcy thought with horror. "Exactly. She wants to seduce him and then take his inheritance. She's a con artist. I'll go and expose her right away." Matthew didn't have time to stop his wife. She rushed toward Damien and Liz at the speed of light. As soon as she got there, she tugged on the poor girl's shoulder. She gasped in surprise. Her eyes were filled with indignation and fear. "I'm sorry," Liz said. "I won't forgive you, you little bitch. Get away from my father," Darcy shouted. What Liz was outraged, raising her voice. "How dare you?" Liz shoved Darcy, causing her to stagger, unable to keep her balance because of the alcohol she had drunk. Darcy collapsed and something crunched under her. There was the sound of breaking glass. Darcy looked at her arm. It was covered in blood. There were shards of glass on the floor. Her palm was literally embedded in the shards, but she felt no pain. "Oh my God," a woman's voice shouted from behind her. A crowd began to gather around Darcy. But the girl wasn't going to stop. She was so enraged that she lunged at Liz. Both collapsed to the floor and began to fight. Damien tried to pull the fighting girls apart, but it was no use. Nails and glass shards were used. Then Darcy grabbed Liz's hair and pulled it, causing her to scream in pain. "Somebody make it stop." "Security?" people shouted. Two pumped-up guards in black uniforms arrived only a few minutes later. They managed to pull the two angry girls apart. Darcy was held by Damien, and Liz, who was nearly unconscious, was supported by a guard. Liz's throat was covered in scratches, some of the shards even embedded in her delicate skin. As soon as Damien saw this, he immediately abandoned Darcy and ran up to Liz. Darcy grabbed Matthew in an arm and began to calm her down. She didn't want to keep fighting. "Ambulance. Call an ambulance," Damien shouted, examining Liz's neck. A few minutes later, the poor girl was taken to the hospital. All the guests saw her off, standing on the porch in plaids. It was already getting colder, so it was impossible to stand outside for long. Damien sighed heavily and walked back into the building. There, police officers were questioning Darcy. Matthew stood next to Darcy and said that she was in no condition to say anything. She was drunk. Damien was ashamed and disgusted to even go near his daughter. He walked through the shards and saw some woman sitting on her knees crying. It seemed to be the same place where Darcy had fallen. "What's your emergency?" Damien leaned sympathetically toward the poor woman. She looked up at him with tear-stained eyes. "My sculpture. It took me 2 years to make," she sobbed. Damien could see why it had caused such a reaction. It was her creation, and now it was bound to be ruined, barbarically destroyed. "Destroyed," screamed the artist, clutching a shard of her sculpture in her hands. Damien sat down next to her. "May I ask what it was?" he asked gently. "I was making a meaningful copy of David. I just added some of my own details to it, overplayed the image a little. But there's no point in talking about it now. It's all gone. It hurts like hell." "I understand," Damien said. "You know, I'm an art historian by trade. I'm often invited to watch the restoration of really old objects, dishes, sculptures, books. And then one day, the restoration department burned down. You may have heard on the news, many things were saved, but I had one favorite book. I loved to look at the cover, even though I didn't know the contents or the author. So, when everything in that department burned down, I went to identify some items and saw that very cover on the floor. All the pages of that book had burned, but my cover remained. You see, I wasn't allowed to take it with me, but they promised that they would display it in the museum. What's my point? Even an artifact that has lost its historical value can be important to us. Something will definitely be left of it. And even if this cover burned, I wouldn't grieve, because I still have the memory of it. I put a part of my soul into it, even though I was not even the creator." The woman listened to him very carefully and seemed to understand what he was saying. She gripped the shard of her sculpture even tighter. "Keep this piece," Damien said. "It will remind you of your work, of the feelings you had when you created it. Yes, your personal David may be lost, but you still have your most precious possession, feelings and memories, emotions. Isn't that the point of art, to leave something in your soul? Some kind of imprint on your memory. No one else will ever see it. I'm sure that you didn't originally set out to impress anyone. You were doing it for yourself first. You wanted to pour your feelings out somewhere, and creativity has served you well. Even in this shard, your energy remains." "God," the woman whispered. "Please tell me your name." Damien grinned. "My name is Damien," he admitted. "Damien," the woman continued to whisper. "You just opened my eyes," the woman said. "I feel no pain at all. I wanted to kill myself 5 minutes ago. Wouldn't you like to be a psychologist?" "No," Damien replied. "My calling is art." The artist cried and threw herself into his arms. He smiled, stroked her back, and comforted her as best he could, and it seemed to work. After half an hour, the police realized they weren't going to get anything out of Darcy and released her and her husband Matthew. Matthew shook Damien's hand and promised to take Darcy home safe and sound. Damien had no doubt that he would. It was Matthew after all. He still hadn't followed her today, though. Damien approached the police officers. They gave him a leering look and then asked, "Are you a witness?" "I'm the father of the girl who caused all this commotion," Damien answered. "Can you tell me more about what happened? The cameras don't explain much." "Well, it's going to be a little difficult, but I'll give it a try," Damien began. "The thing is, my daughter didn't like the woman I was talking to. I think it was the alcohol, though. Darcy always does terrible things under its influence. Why was she drinking so much of it? She wanted a distraction. Apparently her husband didn't keep track of how much she was drinking. It was a terrible situation. My friend Lisa is now in the hospital. That night ruined things with this girl, too, I think." "Are you aware that you will now have to sue that lady over there?" the policewoman asked. Damien followed her hand with his gaze and saw the very artist he'd calmed down a few minutes ago. She was looking at him with a smile. "I think we can settle this out of court," Damien summarized, smiling back. "Well, we hope so, too. You're better off, but you'll still have to pay moral compensation to all the guests tonight." "No problem. How much?" The officer was a little puzzled by the question. She obviously didn't expect Damien to offer money right away. "They'll find out later," the woman explained. "You're free for today. Thank you for the information. Do you need a ride?" "I'm good. Thank you. I drove my car here." They said goodbye, and Damien left the building. The car was parked nearby, but the man had to walk through the entire park before reaching his transportation. At first he had planned to drive home to get some proper rest. This evening had clearly not gone according to plan. Damien hadn't expected to see Liz there as well, and certainly hadn't thought events would unfold this way. He started the car, but he wasn't going to his house. His destination now was the city hospital. That's where the ambulance had taken poor Liz. "Good evening. Could you tell me which room Liz is in, please?" "Just Liz." He smiled at the young woman at the information desk. Damien realized only now that he didn't know her last name or her first name. "Liz who?" "Give me the last name," said the tired, monotone voice. This shift had obviously been very hard on her. "Honestly, I don't remember the last name. It's a friend of mine. I just wanted to know if she was okay. I'm sorry, we don't allow outsiders." Damien smiled sadly and stepped aside. He decided to wait for a while, in case Liz came out here. At least Damien really hoped so. But half an hour passed, an hour no one came out. Only the nurse behind the counter looked at him suspiciously.
Soon Damien was tired. It was already 23 on the clock. He realized that no Liz was coming out, and after wishing the nurse on duty a good night, he left the hospital. As he passed through the gate, he saw a poor grandmother begging for alms. Of course, Damien had a very kind heart and a huge soul, so he handed her a large bill. Granny's eyes went to her forehead. All day long she had collected some pennies in that plastic cup.
And now she's being handed a large bill. Damien was about to leave, but Grandma called out to him. "Blue," she shouted, barely catching up with him. She handed him the money back. Damien looked at her with complete incomprehension. "Honey, I don't need that kind of money. I'll get mugged." "Thank you, but it's too much," Grandma said. "Grandma, please take it. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I just wanted to help you," Damien replied. But the old woman just shook her head from side to side. I'm sure she wanted to take the bill and spend the money, but it was as if something was stopping her. Was it moral principles or fear for her life? It didn't matter. The bottom line was the poor grandmother returned the money. Then Damien found a solution to the problem. He took his wallet out of his pocket and pulled out a few smaller bills. "Here, please. Don't refuse at least this," he said, handing the old woman the small bills. Now the grandmother did not have to be persuaded for a long time. She took the money and immediately hid it in a secret pocket of her skirt. Gratitude shone in her eyes. Then she crossed herself. "Damien, God bless you, sweetheart. God give you happiness," she exclaimed. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. "Can I give you a ride?" "I've got a car nearby," Damien suggested. "No, thanks, honey. There are kind people here, too. The orderlies let me sleep in their back room. Sometimes I help them with the cleaning. I say a prayer service at the hospital church for good health. I'll read one for you, too, darling. There is mercy in this world, after all," said Grandma. She mumbled and crossed herself for a long time, but Damien was already gone. He smiled as he headed for the car. Damien was very thoughtful. He was very concerned about Liz's condition. He hadn't even seen her, and the last thing he had seen was her horribly mangled neck. He hoped the girl was all right and on the mend. Damien was terribly angry at his daughter Darcy. What she had done was very reckless, childish. She wasn't a teenager, but she'd done something so stupid and hurt so many people. The poor woman who had her sculpture broken. People who couldn't enjoy that beautiful evening surrounded by paintings and works of art. What if someone had a date going on there, and now it was irrevocably ruined? Where she could have ruined someone's fate. She could have irreparably injured Liz, too. She could have taken a wrong turn, and the doctor should have helped her. And how many shards of glass were in her neck? Damien almost wanted to hit his daughter. He even had the thought of turning around and driving to her house to have a serious talk with her. He seriously considered suing her. Then he remembered that this was his daughter. Whatever she is, she's his own blood. He has to protect her, even when she commits such horrors. Damien didn't understand what Darcy disliked so much. Why had she decided to lash out at poor Liz? After all, they hadn't even really known each other, just shook hands. That was the end of their acquaintance. Why was Darcy so angry? She was always reasonable. She did what was right in her conscience. Something strange happened to her today. No more alcohol. Damien decided to talk to Matthew about it when he visited them again, and if Darcy would even be able to have her father visit now. After all, she would surely be ashamed. At least he hoped so. But all his hopes were in vain. The next day, after a terrible hangover, Darcy sat in the kitchen drinking water in glasses. But when would that headache subside? She moaned all day, suffering from a headache that was accompanied by a buzzing in her legs and arms. There were many bruises on her body. "That's a lesson for you," Matthew noted quietly. He was clearly annoyed. His wife's behavior had affected his reputation a great deal, or rather it would. It would probably be in the news, and as his colleagues would create rumors about it, he'll definitely lose his bonus. "What's the lesson, Matthew?" Darcy said, putting a piece of ice and gauze to her temple. "I'm 27 years old, and I don't need life to teach me lessons." "No, but you're acting exactly 17, Matthew replied. Though even teenagers didn't stoop to the kind of behavior you're stooping to. I just grabbed that bag off my dad's shoulder. Didn't you see her making a move on him?" Matthew couldn't stand it any longer and pounded his fist on the table, causing the cutlery to fly upward. Darcy immediately stopped talking and held her breath. She was feeling real fear now. She really felt like a teenager being reprimanded by her father. "I spent half an hour trying to prove to the police that you were under the influence of alcohol, and now you're claiming it was all deliberate. Why are you so aggressive, Darcy? Why are you so violent?" Damien was outraged. "Yes, Darcy, I am. You attacked a poor, defenseless girl at a cultural event, clawing at her neck, throwing splinters at her. You don't think that's cruel?" he yelled. "Okay, I admit it. There's a lot I don't remember. I may have done some things unconsciously drunk, but the motive was dictated by my mind, not alcohol. I knew what I was doing," Darcy replied. "Did you want to kill her?" "I don't understand," Matthew shouted. "No, just to teach her a lesson. Let her know who she's messing with. She is not worthy of my father." "Jesus, Darcy," Damien shouted. "Do you hear yourself? Where did you even get the idea that she wants your father for money?" "God, I'm just shocked at you. They were just discussing the exhibition, that's all." He said himself he was seeing her for the second time in his life. "Matthew, don't understand," Darcy interrupted him. "No, I don't want your explanation for what you did. There is no excuse. It was bloody awful. I've never seen you in such a state in my life. I don't think I've ever known you. You see, you're lucky. You've never seen me angry. Isn't that wonderful?" Darcy replied sarcastically. Matthew didn't answer anything. He only looked at his wife with a detached and disappointed look. But then he grabbed his coat and left the house. "Matthew, wait. Where are you going?" Darcy shouted after him, trying to catch up, but he had already called the elevator and left. He wanted to be alone. Or rather, he wanted to discuss last night's situation with a more sensible person. "Damien, are you home today? I wanted to stop by," Matthew said into the phone. He'd already called Damien while he was driving, because he knew that the man was always at home that day. He was either working or resting after his work days. "Hey, Matthew. No, I'm not home today. I'm sorry. Things came up," Damien replied. "Business? What kind of business?" After a moment's silence, Damien confessed. "Come to the city hospital. I'm here." Then the man hung up. Matthew was very surprised by this turn and stopped the car right on the highway. 3 cars honked at him from behind, and one driver even shouted a foul word out the window. Matthew took a moment to catch his breath and then turned around and drove back into town. "Hello, Damien. Matthew said hello as he flew into the waiting room. Damien even jumped with surprise. He was quietly reading a magazine like everyone else in the room, and then Matthew burst in. "Hi, Matthew," Damien smiled. "Have a seat." Matthew sat down next to him without a second thought and waited to see what Damien would say, but the man remained silent. He continued reading his magazine. "Damien, who are we waiting for?" the boy asked uncertainly. Damien looked at his son-in-law with a nonchalant face. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled. "We're waiting for Liz. She's about to get here. Liz is the girl your wife beat up. She's also my daughter." Unfortunately, Matthew blushed. He even had a fleeting thought of getting out of here before it was too late. He didn't want to face the man who yesterday was lying on the floor with a Rassesian neck, but there was no time to escape. A young blonde woman in a white robe appeared in the doorway. She looked haggard, bruises were visible under her eyes. Her whole face was swollen, her neck was bandaged. The girl moved very carefully, like a robot, without turning her head. However, when she spotted Damien, a smile appeared on her face. She hurried towards him as fast as she could, barely moving her feet. It looked like she was about to trip and fall. But it was all over, and Liz reached them safely. Damien had so many thoughts swirling around in his head. There was so much he wanted to say to this girl, but it all seemed to slip his mind. Emptiness. He felt uncomfortable with the silence, but it was like his tongue wouldn't listen. Damien just stood still and stared at the pretty girl. "Good afternoon, Damien." She extended her hand to the man, but he continued to stare at one point. Matthew even waved his hand in front of his eyes to get him out of his trance, but Damien remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight hit him in the eye, and it was as if he woke up. He immediately noticed the girl's outstretched hand, her confused look. Instead of shaking her palm, he pulled out a bouquet of flowers. Matthew wondered where it had come from. After all, there were no flowers when he arrived. Damien held out a beautiful bouquet of soft pink roses to Liz with a pleased expression on his face. She gratefully accepted the gift and set it aside on the coffee table. Now they stood again like two inept teenagers, looking at each other in silence. Matthew decided to intervene. "Boy," he shook Liz's hand and looked away embarrassed. "I'm Darcy's husband. I want to apologize to you for my wife's behavior. It was a terrible situation. I still feel bad about it." Liz smiled. "Thank you. I'm glad you came to see me," she said, turning to Matthew. "How are you feeling?" Damien intervened in the dialogue. "I had an operation yesterday," she wrinkled her face. "It wasn't that complicated, but I had to endure general anesthesia. The doctor took a lot of shrapnel out of my neck, but I should be out in a week. I'm sorry you can see my swollen face right now. Unfortunately, IVs have a big effect on our appearance." She laughed a little. "I'm very glad you're in a good mood," Damien said. "I hope you feel better soon." There was an awkward pause. Damien realized that Liz wasn't going to say anything else, so he took Matthew's hand as if he were his own son, put a smile on his face, and said to the girl, "Well, off you go. If you don't mind, I'll visit you a few more times." "Of course I'd like that," Liz replied. "I apologize for the awkward question. What kind of candy do you like?" The girl blushed even more, then answered, "I won't say. Have a good day." Damien was a little upset by this answer, but he decided to leave the poor girl alone. He wished her the best of luck a few more times. Then he and Matthew left the hospital. Damien immediately lit a cigarette. "Is there any more?" Matthew asked, hoping to relieve his stress. "You're young, you should be healthy," Damien told him off. They walked slowly to the parking lot. "Why are you so concerned about Liz's condition?" Matthew asked. "What do you mean?" Damien wondered. He even stopped, threw out his cigarette, and then said with a sigh, "So you're so indifferent to other people? You don't care about the fate of another person? Your wife caused Liz the kind of damage she will live with for the rest of her life. The scars from those shards will scar her forever, and you don't care." "No, of course not," Matthew answered uncertainly. "That's why I came to see you." "Why?" "Darcy scares me. She said she did it on purpose. I want you to know that she thinks that Liz has bad intentions about you, that she wants to be your kept woman and live off you. And to be honest, when I saw her, Darcy's words popped into my head, and I even believed them." Damien looked up at the sky. The sun was no longer warm. Autumn leaves were falling from the trees. Winter was coming. The snowball was about to fly from the sky. The children would start going to the slides and skating. Damien loved this time of year. He basically loved watching nature, the changing of the seasons. It took him away from his problems, from unnecessary thoughts, gave him a reset, a different perspective. What does she care about my love life? Damien finally answered. Matthew was surprised. What do you mean? She's your daughter, worried about you and her inheritance. Matthew thought for a moment. He thought about how he could justify his wife, but he couldn't find the words. I will forgive her, Damien said, but keep her out of my private affairs. Tell her that she won't go to any more business meetings with me. Thank you, Damien Matthew said. They had already arrived at his car, so the guy had already gone to the driver's seat and started the car. I respect that decision, Matthew. Don't let Darcy worry. I'll just remind her that everything you have now has been achieved not only by her labor, but in most cases she had help from me. That car you drive now was a gift to you. This apartment where you make love to my daughter. Matthew blushed terribly. He wanted to go underground and never come back out into the world. Okay, Damien, he stretched out, not looking the man in the eye. And then he just got into the car and slammed the door shut. Through the glass, he heard Damien's voice. I'll call you tonight. There's something we need to talk about. And Matthew drove away in a pensive mood. He was confused and tense. After all, Darcy was right. This Liz is trying to turn his head, and he is like a mouse walking into a mousetrap to his death. In the evening, the bell did ring. Matthew was sure that Damien would call Darcy, but that's not what happened. They were watching television together when suddenly the cell phone rang. Matthew, who's calling you? Darcy asked with some tension. It's work, Matthew answered quickly, and went into the other room. He was nervous when he saw Damien's name on the phone screen. Damien, the boy, answered uncertainly. He glanced at the door and sensed that Darcy was eavesdropping, so he moved to the other end of the room and began to speak in a whisper. Yes, Matthew. Hi, I'm calling you with a proposition. I decided to leave Darcy out of it for now so it wouldn't come up again. So, my mom's anniversary is coming up. You mean her grandmother's? Yeah, when is it? A month from today, December 21st, which is a Sunday. So, tell me, will you and Darcy be there? Well, of course, it's her grandmother's. Oh, great. Then I'll send you 2 weeks' notice. Why did you call me and not Darcy? I think she'd be happy to hear the news. I told you she's not ready to have this conversation. When I was a kid, she used to resent me for a week for pointing out her mistake, but that hasn't changed. Let her live like this, but don't mention the anniversary. She'll find out when the time comes. All right, Damien, she will. And then Darcy entered the room. Her doubts were confirmed. She was definitely eavesdropping. But Matthew was quick to recognize it. All right, I got it, he said, taking on a confident, businesslike air. You got it. And he dropped the call. Exhaling discreetly, Darcy approached him like a sly fox and immediately asked, Who called you? My boss told me to bring a file to work tomorrow, Matthew answered. Darcy didn't respond with interest and immediately slipped away to another room. In the days that followed, Damien was determined to ensure that Liz received the best care possible. First, he paid her 150,000 rubles in moral compensation, and then persuaded the management to move her to a private room. They had not met since the day Damien first saw her in the hospital. Everything was handled by his lawyer. But 3 days later, Damien decided to visit Liz in person. Hello, he peered through the crack in the door of the room. May I come in? A woman's sleepy voice answered in the affirmative. Damien entered the room. It turned out that Liz had just recently woken up. She was eating something that looked like porridge from a gray hospital plate. The girl was very surprised by Damien's unexpected arrival. She even woke up and tried to fix her hair. Well, good morning, she said, embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't think you were coming, so. Don't apologize, Damien said, slowly entering the room. I brought you some tangerines and oranges. I hope you're not allergic to citrus fruits. No, Liz smiled. I'm very glad you came to see me. I'm glad you came to see me, and I'm glad of what you've done for me. Liz, can we go back to you? Yeah, of course. I'm just, I'm a very mature, experienced person. You too, of course, but you've got your whole life ahead of you. It's hard for me to say this right now, and maybe you won't understand me right away. Liz watched with terrible interest. Damien knew how to intrigue. I feel like an inexperienced teenager right now. It's just, do you want to go on a date with me? And Liz pulled away. Was there even a twinkle of fear in her eye? Or was it a spark of desire? Damien still didn't understand. "Damien, I'm sorry, I guess. I guess I rushed you," she said. He backed up abruptly. "We don't even know each other," Damien lowered his head in frustration. Damien felt like running out of here, but Liz suddenly continued her thought. "Yes, we don't know each other very well, but our friend's supposed to come on a date. I think that's what dating is for, to get to know each other, isn't it?" Damien immediately blossomed. His face seemed to come alive. He moved closer to Liz and said, "Then next week I'll take you to some amazing places. You'll love it. I guarantee it. I trust the professionals. And yes, we're on a first-name basis," the girl said with a smile. "Oh yes, it's very unusual." Damien was embarrassed. "Well, then I'll take you away from here until Monday?" The girl wondered. "Well, yes." The man smiled slyly and left the room. A week later, Damien arrived at the same place and entered the same room. "Good afternoon, how are you?" The man did not warn the girl in advance about the meeting, but he knew that this very day, Monday, she would be discharged. She sat in the room on her suitcases and waited for the doctor to bring her documents. "Damien?" she shouted. "Not Damien, but Dima," smiled the man walking into the room. He was already in a formal suit, except that he hadn't brought flowers with him. "But I'm not ready," sadly replied the girl. "My face is swollen and my neck looks terrible." "You won't need a face," Damien smiled, and then he realized that it sounded very strange and decided to correct himself. "The place we're going doesn't require it." "Well, you'll see when we get there. Or have you forgotten?" At last the girl was given the discharge and was free to go. They walked to the car and Damien opened the trunk. Damien pulled out a huge bouquet of red roses and a gift-wrapped box of chocolates and handed it to Liz. She was taken aback by the gesture. "Thank you," she replied, stammering. "Now, let's go," Damien said. They both got into the car and drove off. The drive took only 20 minutes, and soon they were there. Liz saw a 2-story, gray, unremarkable building. She was even a little disappointed. Had Damien decided to bring her to some factory? But upon entering, she realized it was clearly not a factory. The receptionist handed them carnival masks. That's what visitors were supposed to wear. "All the adventures," Liz clarified. "Yes, we're going on a real adventure," Damien confirmed and put on the mask. They entered the spacious hall. At first it was completely white. There were only a few visitors. But after a few minutes, a miracle happened. A blue beam of light flashed on the ceiling. Then it spread all over the walls of the hall. It was so spectacular, it took your breath away. And then Liz recognized in this picturesque performance Van Gogh's painting Starry Night. The girl was simply amazed. She had never seen anything like it in her life. And Damien looked, without tearing himself away, into her dazzling eyes, which, at last, for the last few days shone with happiness. They moved on to another hall. In this hall, a field of sunflowers could be seen right on the floor. One could smell them, smell the wind blowing. It turned out that all the halls in this exhibition were dedicated to Van Gogh. In each hall there was something unusual connected with his paintings. In the last hall, they lay on the soft, bed-like floor and looked up at the ceiling. This hall represented the painting Starry Night over Rona. It was something very impressive. And not just because there was a soft floor. It was as if this painting had come to life. Somehow the organizers managed to make a pool here and disguise it in such a way that it really looked like the sea, relaxing. The music seemed to gently introduce the atmosphere of this painting. Damien cried from the excess of emotion. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. Liz seemed to remain enthralled as well, and when they looked at each other, it was as if a spark had traveled between them. Liz reached for Damien first, but he didn't hesitate and kissed her on the lips. It was the most romantic night of their lives. It was from that day that they started dating. "You decided to date," marveled Matthew, who was sitting in a nearby chair by the fireplace. Matthew arrived at Damien's house to pick up some paperwork, but Damien couldn't help himself and told his son-in-law everything. "Shh, don't tell anyone. I want to announce it myself at our family dinner," Damien explained. "At your mother's anniversary." Matthew couldn't contain his surprise. He was in a terrible state of shock at the news he'd just heard. "Matthew, I trust you more than anyone else in the world. You really have always seemed like a responsible and reliable person to me. That's why I trusted you with this secret. Yes, I do love Liz terribly. But you've only known her for a month. You can't fall in love just like that," Matthew objected. "Son, you're still young, aren't you?" Damien grinned. "Pour yourself a brandy. But when your time is short, you cling to the slightest sympathy. You see, Love can be nurtured. It can be grown out of ordinary sympathy. It's all about knowing how to do it. But you really don't know her at all. What if she's not who she says she is? What if you're making a terrible mistake? Matthew objected in a panic. Stop scaring and panicking. I'm sure of my choice, and I'll announce it soon. Damien finished. He took a sip of brandy and then concluded, I think that's all for now. Thank you for the interesting conversation. Matthew made a few more attempts to talk some sense into Damien, but all of them were unsuccessful. The boy didn't understand why his father-in-law was doing this. What is it about this girl? Is she really that special? No, of course not. Matthew had no contact with her, but Darcy's words echoed in his head every time he saw Liz. She was now living at Damien's house and had walked past the living room where they were talking 3 times. She was smiling. But that smile seemed somehow fake, artificial. Maybe Matthew was really paranoid. Maybe he'd fallen under his wife's influence. But something was obviously wrong. A decent girl couldn't just move into the house of an almost unknown man twice her age, and such a pretty girl, too. Now Matthew was almost certain that Darcy was right. Liz clearly wants something from Damien. She'd moved into his house for a reason. But this news of the proposal upset Matthew terribly, as if they'd lost this battle before the battle had even begun, though he didn't even want any part of it. Darcy had started it all, and she seemed to be right about everything. Darcy picked up 2 postcards from the floor. Someone had slipped them through the front door. They were red with a gold ribbon. She recognized her father's handwriting immediately. He loved those colors. They hadn't spoken in a month. Matthew, we have an invitation from my father. Darcy shouted across the apartment. The boy quickly ran over to his wife, and they printed out the letters. My sweet children, you are invited to your grandmother's anniversary. There will be a banquet, family night, coziness, all the things we love so much. Be sure to bring your other halves. Everyone's welcome. We'll sit together as a family, talk to each other. We don't get to do that very often. P.S. I have some exciting news for you. After reading it, Darcy almost burst into tears with excitement. She missed her father so much. At last their relationship could be saved. This anniversary was the perfect chance. Matthew thought otherwise. He realized that as soon as Darcy heard the news, she would simply burst with anger and cut off communication with her father forever. The situation seemed hopeless, but Matthew tried to do something about it. Listen, what date is this event? The boy questioned. I think it's the 21st, Darcy answered. What? But we're going to the theater on the 21st. What theater? The theater, the girl said, exasperated. It was a surprise. Well, if I hadn't told you. Did you really buy theater tickets? For once? Oh my God, Darcy almost squealed with joy. But what about father? He'll be terribly offended, Darcy objected. No, we'll have to cancel the tickets. I wouldn't do that to my father. But darling, I wanted to surprise us. Matthew had lied to the last minute. But Darcy wouldn't agree to anything. She felt a terrible guilt towards her father and wanted to atone for it tonight. Matthew just accepted the circumstance and went with the flow, whatever happens. Honey, are you really going to give us the biggest wedding ever? Emily grinned, sitting on David's lap. He was fascinated by her beauty, and of course, nodded as if mesmerized. Well, of course, darling. I'll make you the happiest you've ever been. You won't have to work anymore. But now, to earn the money for our wedding, I have to work a little harder. So if you'd be so kind as to take Max for a walk. Max? Emily replied in disgust. He can't be walked by our servant? First of all, John is not our servant, dear. He's my domestic helper. It's not his job to walk the dogs, and old Max likes to be walked by someone who's willing to play with him. Emily was reluctant at first, but then she agreed. She tried to honor her man's requests, even though she didn't always like them. David went to his office, and Emily reluctantly went to call the dog. Max, she shouted across the house. Max. At last the dog responded and approached the new man. Finally. Can't wait for you. But as soon as Max approached her, she bent down to put his collar on him. He licked her face in appreciation. Emily screamed in fright and disgust. Emily was horribly disgusted, starting to feel nauseous. She felt like she was going to throw up. John came running in. Emily, is something wrong? He asked excitedly. Yes, Emily screamed hysterically. To walk that damn dog who ruined all my makeup. And she kicked poor Max with her foot. The dog wasn't used to violence, so he didn't even dodge, because he was sure the man wouldn't hurt him. He whimpered resentfully. and Emily went to the bathroom with an angry face to wash off the nasty saliva. "Disgusting dog," she shouted one last time. John had to walk the poor dog in her place. Max was very resentful and didn't want to play with anything. When they got home, they were met in the hallway by David, who was very surprised to see them. "John, what are you doing here?" questioned the host. "It's raining outside, so we had to end our walk early," John said sadly. "That's understandable. But why were you walking Max? I asked Emily to do it. She refused to be a part of it. Apparently she just doesn't like animals," John explained, a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry she kicked Max with her foot." David was furious, but he didn't bother to find out who was right or wrong. Maybe Max had reacted badly to her and snapped at her. It could have been anything. He decided to just forget about the incident until after their wedding. It wasn't long before the big day arrived. Relatives began to congregate at the mansion. Slowly, the cheerful noise and lively conversations began. David liked this chaos. There was something native and warm in it. At last, Grace, David's mom, arrived. Well, at last. David exclaimed and hugged his mother tightly. He loved her terribly. Everything he had achieved he owed to this woman. She had fostered in him charity, kindness to people. She helped him open his first charitable foundation and supported him financially along with his deceased father. "Sonny, come here, Mommy will give you a kiss," smiled the old woman. She kissed her son on the cheek and went into the living room, where her favorite chair was waiting for her. Soon Emily, Darcy, and their other halves arrived at the house. My granddaughters Naomi called out from the living room, "Come here, my darlings." She began kissing and hugging everyone. A nice domestic conversation began. In half an hour, all the other guests had gathered, but there was still one behind the scenes. But David wanted to announce him a little later. "How have you all grown? What a great bunch of you," admired the Jubilee. All this time, while the relatives were chatting with each other, Darcy did not take her eyes off her father. When he noticed her attention, he approached her. "Hi, sweetheart," David said. "Hi, Daddy. It's been a long time." "Oh, it's been a long time," he paused. And for Darcy, it was the most awkward pause of her life. "Dad, I want to apologize." "No," he interrupted her. "Let's not dredge up the past. Let's just start fresh. I want us to continue loving each other, as father and daughter should." The girl smiled and nodded in agreement. She didn't think it would be so easy to earn forgiveness, but she was glad for this unexpected event. She walked over to her husband and whispered something in his ear. "Papa has forgiven me," Darcy said. Matthew congratulated her, of course, though deep down he knew there was nothing to be happy about. The guests continued to talk until David tapped his glass. Matthew immediately realized that it had begun. "Dear friends, we are gathered here today to celebrate the anniversary of my beloved mother, Grace," David said. "It was this person who gave me not only life, but also faith. Faith in the best. Faith that anything in this life is possible. As many of you know, our family has achieved everything with our own hands and our own minds. And first and foremost, thanks to my wonderful mommy." Everyone raised their glasses and drank to the health of the birthday girl. "But that's not all," David continued. "I want to tell you one more piece of good news on this happy day, when we are all here on such a beautiful occasion. I hope you will share my joy." He paused for a moment. "A man has recently come into my life who has helped me to change many of my views on both life and art. That person is here now, outside the doors. I ask you to welcome." He stood up and immediately opened the door, and Liz walked into the room in a gorgeous black dress. "Please love and welcome, beautiful Liz. She is my bride." The room became so quiet that Alex's breathing could be heard as he sat next to Grace. No one dared to utter a word. Everyone was struck dumb. David had expected something like this, of course, but here was Liz. No one responded to this solemn speech, so she became hysterical and ran out of the room. David immediately ran to catch up with her. The people in the living room began to whisper. "That thing never gave up on him," Darcy said in an angry tone that only Matthew could hear. Matthew's heart sank into his heels. He felt like a dead, departing corpse. He didn't want to feel like that. He clutched his hand, and Darcy noticed it. She yanked him up, started shaking him, and screamed hysterically. "Did you know that? You knew, that's why you didn't want to come here. You knew it all." Matthew didn't answer anything. His eyes were focused as if he had taken drugs. No one knows, maybe he had taken something to calm his nerves. But it seems the guy was trying too hard, because his eyes stared into the void and his ears heard nothing. There was only the ringing of his wife's screams. David came back alone, all frazzled and tired. "I apologized to my fiancée," She's a complete idiot, Darcy finished loudly. I thought we'd made up. She said it while looking her father straight in the eye. Look, all that blonde girl wants to steal his inheritance, and he refuses to see it. She's half his age. All she wants is his money. I tried to save him from her once, but I've had enough. Darcy took her husband's hand and led him toward the exit. As they passed David, Matthew whispered to him, I'm sorry. The front door slammed shut, and then the sound of a car pulling away was heard. Some, it must be said, reached for it. Even Amy, the second daughter David had counted on, turned away from him. Amy, wait, where are you going? Pleaded the father, trying to stop his daughter. I'm disappointed in you, she said, and pulled her hand away, almost squeamishly. In the end, Grace, David, and silent Alex were the only ones left in the room. What are we going to do? Mom asked. I love her, Damien shouted, red with anger. You're a fool, son, his mother said regretfully. Your real wife was a good one. But this one, as soon as she came in, I almost had a heart attack. Where did you find such a slutty woman? Mom, the adult son said fiercely. Grace leaned heavily on the table, stood up, and without a word, picked up her cane and walked out of the living room. Damien didn't bother to stop her. He only asked his driver to take her home. That left him alone, apart from his faithful dog Fred. Damien sank into his chair and began to pet the dog. Once again we are alone, friend Fred. But the conflict didn't fade for a moment, and she came back in the morning, as if nothing had happened. Why did you do that? Damien soothed her as best he could. Why do they dislike me so much? They don't even know me, Liz cried. He hugged his bride and said, We're going to get married no matter what. Do you want to? Do you want to go pick out your wedding dress next week? She smiled broadly. Yes, the bride should have a gorgeous dress and the groom a great suit. Liz perked up. She was clearly intrigued by the proposal, and by the afternoon she had already started calling different agencies that could organize her magical wedding. 3 days passed, the situation had settled a bit, but her daughters still hadn't been in touch. Damien didn't understand what they were so offended by, and what his mother was offended by. They don't even know how beautiful Liz is spiritually. Listen, honey, I've been invited to the orphanage to talk to the kids, give them a lecture. How's that sound? Damien suggested at once. An orphanage, Liz said with a disgruntled look on her face. Yeah, I'm a sponsor. Well, I told you about it, Damien replied. How long are you going to be there? How long? The children need good sweets, toys, new clothes, and attention. Of course, they need it all so badly. So many people had donated clothes to charity this year, so there would be enough for everyone this time. Liz hesitated, but she still put on a smile and went with him. Deep down, she hated children and everything to do with them, but she had to pretend for Damien's sake. His eyes shone with happiness as he gave these kids candy, gave the girls to try on their bright new dresses. Liz, please help that girl over there put on that pretty dress, Damien asked. And Liz smilingly took that girl around the corner and started to put the dress on her. God, the damn dress. You're too fat for it, she grumbled as she tried to dress the child. She tried her best to help the strange aunt, but Liz put the dress on very carelessly. It even hurt the girl. It hurts, she whimpered. Shut up, you wretch, be patient, you orphan brat, Liz whispered angrily, and slapped the child on the back with her long, hard red fingernails. If only she knew who was standing behind her at that moment. Get away from the girl, a low bass suddenly commanded. Liz turned around in horror. Damien was staring at her. He was terribly angry. Get away from the girl, he repeated. Like a fox, she sprang up quickly, glaring furtively, and stepped back a couple of meters. You get out of this building and wait for me in my car. I'll be back in half an hour, Damien said dryly. But Damien, Liz started. I said leave. There was metal in his voice. Liz didn't test his patience and walked out of the orphanage, cursing this girl and this day. Just as Damien had said, Liz got into her car and waited for her fiancé. Soon she saw him on the porch. He was hugging the teenagers, again giving them gifts. But Liz wasn't the least bit ashamed. Yes, she had been rude to the girl, but she really didn't listen to her. However, until they were married, Damien would call the shots. Liz had already figured that out. But why do it? And why spend so much money on strangers? Liz yelled to Damien across the car. She really didn't understand it. It's called kindness, Damien replied. And Liz hadn't heard of it. You could have made a fortune like that if it weren't for the constant spending. Every teenager there has a phone, because everyone needs a phone nowadays. It's essential to our development. There are very kind, understanding kids in this house. They have never been abused in their lives, much less heard screaming. I pay special people to make this orphanage thrive. I'll never understand you, Liz said. They drove in silence for half an hour, and then Liz said, "We're going to pay tomorrow, so give us our gold card." "Okay," Damien said tiredly. His rose-colored glasses were starting to break. Through the cracks, he was beginning to understand the essence of Liz. Then one night, he hatched a plan. "Hey, can you help me?" he asked his friend on the phone. "Did you see what time it is?" "It's 3 in the morning, Damien," shouted an exasperated Matthew. "It's very urgent. Are you free tomorrow?" "Well, I have a couple of clients in the morning, but then I'm free. Tomorrow I'll come to your place and you and I will have a play, one-actor theater." Damien hung up the phone and spent most of the night working on a plan. The morning after, he made Liz an amazing scrambled egg royal, put a love you note under her plate. Then he left on business and put a gold card on the table. He had come to see his longtime acquaintance Matthew, from whom an old debt was long overdue to be discharged. Now, at last, a suitable case appeared. Matthew sat him down in the barber's chair, covered him with a cape, and asked with a smirk, "So, what are we going to do?" "I'll start by becoming an elderly foreigner," Damien said with a smile. Meanwhile, Liz ate breakfast and drove to the bridal salon in high spirits. After a 2-hour drive in traffic, she was terribly tired, but it was worth it. She was met by a smiling sales assistant. "Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our boutique. What would you like for coffee?" she asked. "Yes, hurry up." Liz interrupted her as she looked at the dresses. "I'm sorry, but we don't have coffee. We sell dresses," the saleswoman replied. "And this is a boutique, not a market." Liz was indignant. "Coffee for me," I said. The poor shocked employee ran off to get a cup, and Liz continued to look at the white dresses. Just then some gentleman entered the boutique, clearly a foreigner, wearing dark glasses, a beard, a solid paunch, and a strange tall black hat. God, what a freak ran through the girl's mind. The employee returned with a plastic cup and handed it to Liz. She looked squeamishly at the cup and then at the saleswoman. "What is this?" Liz shouted. "Are you suggesting that I pollute the environment in my hands with this crap? God, what kind of unscrupulous people are these people?" "Excuse me, can I have a refill?" she whispered fearfully. But Liz snatched the cup away from her, or rather, almost snatched it from her hands. She took a sip of coffee and grimaced. "You call that good coffee? What was in the machine?" the clerk muttered frustratedly. Liz rolled her eyes and started looking at the dresses again. Liz picked up the hangers and threw them at the employee, as if they were in the trash. The exhausted consultant realized this and began to follow her around the room. Liz dropped some of the dresses and didn't bother to pick them up. "Hey, you come here," Liz shouted to a coworker. She ran up to her, but not so eagerly. "Find me my size," Liz demanded. "You see, the thing is, these dresses are made to order," she replied. "We sew them or alter the chosen dress to the customer's size." "Well, then, take my measurements or whatever it is you do. Do something." The employee ran behind the screen, leaving Liz alone with the man in the room. "Young lady, I apologize for intruding. When is your wedding?" he asked politely in a slight accent. Liz looked at him haughtily, appreciating his rather plain suit. This foreigner was obviously economizing on his appearance. Liz noticed that immediately. "None of your business," she snapped at him. "Yes, I suppose it is," the man nodded. "Excuse me, just one more question. I just have a wedding coming up too. Can you tell me what kind of suit to get? You girls are always good at that." "You don't need a suit, you're just wasting money. And your wife obviously doesn't care," Liz grinned. "Why are you being so cruel?" said the man sadly. "I was only trying to make her happy." "Man, get away from me," Liz thought. "I'm busy right now." The stranger stepped away and then left the salon altogether. It seemed that Liz had really ticked him off, but she didn't care. She had been very nervous since yesterday, and all that anger was being vented on the people around her. An employee walked into the hall with a measuring tape. The employee walked over to Liz and began taking measurements. "Oh, you're hitting me. Be careful," Liz shouted, twitching as if she had been pricked. I apologized. The poor shopkeeper apologized. She seemed to regret working here 1,000 times. In a few minutes, she finished taking measurements and moved away from the nervous customer. She came to the cash register and began to write down something on a piece of paper. "I have written down your measurements," she said cheerfully. "Now all you have to do is choose a suitable dress." Liz went back to browsing through the assortment, which she shivered at. Somewhere on her face was a look of disgust. "No, I need something else." "These are all awful," she concluded after a few minutes. The employee sighed heavily and went behind the screen again. She came out a couple of minutes later and brought a lovely dress, lush, glittery, rhinestone embroidered, with delicate feathers along the bottom in English white. "Oh, it's just right," said Liz, delighted. "Check out." The saleswoman smiled. She could please even such a fastidious customer. That was progress. She went to the cash register, calculated the advance payment, and wrote something down on her slip, then handed Liz a card. "The order will be ready in a week. If anything changes, please call me," she said. "Okay," Liz replied. But her words were interrupted by the horrible smell of rotten fish. Liz turned around and saw a hobo in tattered clothes. He was holding a real dead fish in his hands. Liz couldn't believe her eyes. "Honey, I want that fish back," shouted the drunk. From the reaction of the employee, it was clear that she was just as shocked by what she saw as Liz herself. "Man, are you confused? This is a bridal salon, not a market," she replied, dumbfounded. The situation in the bridal salon had become completely absurd and unacceptable. A drunken tramp with rotten fish, a beggarly old man threatening Liz. It was all too much for her. The alcoholic came close to the cash register, the horrible odor making Liz sick to her stomach. She couldn't stand it, so she snatched their phone card from the clerk and ran out of the store into the fresh air without even paying. Breathing in the frosty winter air, she felt better. But not for long. On her right, she was called by a horrible, ragged old beggar. God, they don't let a sick old man enjoy his life, slamming and slamming these doors. "It'll be easier from here." Liz was indignant. "It won't. At least they give you money. People like you should be rotting in the dungeons. You don't bring anything to society, you just do your nails and ask for freebies. Get out to here. Stop scaring people. And if you give me money, my dear, I'll go away safely." The old man smiled ingratiatingly, holding out his dirty palm. "You know what I'll give you now? I'll kick you under the breath, and then I'll call the police." "They're on your right. They'll give you warmth and food," Liz said angrily. "You're cruel. Why would you do that? I'm just having money problems right now. My son has cancer. I'm trying to feed him somehow, and even a penny would help." "So you got a job, asshole. What am I giving you advice for anyway? You got to pay for my advice too." "I'm not a free counselor," Liz said and walked away, calling her personal driver on the phone. "Evil always comes back," the old man shouted after her. Liz stopped. Those words made her incredibly angry. Or I walked up to the man and spat on the pavement a centimeter away from him. "I hope people like you die out soon," she whispered threateningly. "You stinking bitch. Where do the police look?" Then the tramp's heart started to race, and it got worse. The gray-haired old man lay on his side. He seemed to be suffocating. "Help," he whispered. "I'm dying." Liz listened to nothing. She called her driver, got into the car and drove home at breakneck speed. Damien continued to pretend he was a poor man dying of a heart attack. "Oh my God, man, can I help you?" "I need help," screamed the saleswoman while dialing the number for an ambulance on her cell phone. "Oh my God, you must be having a heart attack." But Damien stopped her with a wave of his hand. "Don't," he said sadly, in a different tone of voice. "I was just disappointed in an angel today," he concluded with a note of bitterness in his voice. He immediately got up from the asphalt. The employee rushed back to the store, and a few seconds later brought him some water. He drank it greedily. "Thank you very much," he thanked the nice girl. "I'm ashamed of my fiancée. She spoke terribly to you. She's a terrible person, I must admit." "Is that this is your fiancée?" The saleswoman marveled. The tramp smiled and stood up from the pavement. He shook the snow from his clothes and stared at the girl employee of the boutique. She was standing in the cold in a short skirt and a thin tank top. Shivering from the cold, she wrapped her arms around her shoulders. He immediately caught up and threw his clean jacket over her, which he took out of a nearby bag. The girl tried to refuse at first, but he convinced her. Don't worry, I borrowed this from an actor friend of mine. It's a perfectly ordinary jacket. It doesn't have any lice on it, the pseudo-bomber smiled. He led the excited employee back to the store and asked, "Can I ask you one favor?" "What is it?" "You see, yesterday I had a fight with my fiancée. I thought it was nerves, but during the night it was like my eyes opened, and I decided to give my future wife a test. I wanted to test her for kindness, for cordiality. Unfortunately, this experiment was a complete failure, a failure in my personal life. I saw the true face of the one I thought was a goddess," the man said. "I'm sorry that it stinks," he suddenly asked, forgetting about his request. The female employee laughed. "Yes, some crazy person came in with a dead fish," she laughed. "Now the whole store will have to be ventilated for 2 days." And then the girl looked at him strangely and suspiciously. "Excuse me, I haven't met you before," she asked. "Yes, I came into this store today in the guise of a foreigner. Maybe you saw a stranger here with a strange hat." Yes, that was me too." The clerk was amazed. She didn't know people could transform themselves so professionally. It was real magic. Damien also smiled at this comical situation, but his frustration continued to plague him. He couldn't marry a girl who didn't match his principles at all. After all, his main thing in life was kindness, but she seemed to only care about his money. She had no empathy for other people. He knew that Liz was now riding in the car with his driver to his ancestral home, but he had time to do something about it. He called the driver, who was also his bodyguard. "Plan B, Jake, Plan B," he said. "Copy that," he answered, and disconnected. Damien realized that the next few hours were going to be the hardest of his life. He really wanted to marry Liz, but he couldn't go on like this. She would be on his neck faster than he could say yes at the registry office. He arrived back at his mansion in the late afternoon. The clock read 10 p.m. He walked through the gate and approached the house. Damien certainly didn't expect to see Liz on the bench. He thought his bodyguard had done everything right. Then why the hell was she still on his property? "Damien," she shouted desperately as she caught sight of his figure. Damien had been raised well enough, so he didn't ignore the girl, but he decided to keep his distance. He walked towards her with a confident gait and looked at Liz with the most serious look, and his face didn't express an ounce of emotion. "Damien, your security guard has the nerve to keep me out of the house. What is this?" "I have to get him fired," she complained. "My security guard has never been wrong, never is. And right now you really can't enter the house," the man calmly explained. Liz's eye even started twitching from nerves. She didn't understand what was going on, and Damien was in no hurry to explain. He just remained silent for a moment, then pulled out the keys to the front door. "Damien," Liz shouted, "what does all this mean?" Damien had been waiting for that question. Answering it was terribly hard, but it had to be done. He had to act like a true gentleman and leave her handsomely. He stopped in front of her, and then abruptly turned around and looked her in the eye. "Lizzie," said confidently, "we can't be together anymore." The light in the girl's eyes immediately faded. The confidence with which she had complained so vehemently evaporated. Fear and misunderstanding took its place. She collapsed on the bench and stared blankly at the stonework of the veranda. Damien was in terrible pain, but he knew it was necessary. He didn't feel sorry for her. She deserved it. However, for the sake of maintaining a sense of kindness, he stepped closer. "Why?" she asked in a huge voice. "I was there, Liz. I was in that damn wedding parlor today. The bum you refused to give a penny to. That was me." "You were following me?" She was outraged. "No, Liz. I just wanted to see your true face without the mask, and I'd seen enough." There was silence. Damien thought so. Liz certainly had nothing to say. "You're dumping me because I didn't help the poor guy," she laughed. "You're dumber than I thought." Damien staggered back. Liz sounded very grim, confident. She sounded like a mad woman whose devious plan had gone awry. The man took 2 steps back from her, and Liz, in turn, stood up resolutely. "Yes, you may have seen my true colors. I'm sorry I'm not as good a sheep as you thought I was. You must have dreamed I'd be a wonderful hostess and wife. Bullshit. It's ridiculous, Damien. What girl in the modern world wouldn't think about money? Wouldn't be mercenary? You must have thought I was all white and fluffy, that I wouldn't hurt a fly. You were wrong. I know who I am. No, I'm not proud of it. But I just don't see the point in giving my money to people who don't want to do anything themselves, who don't want to solve their own problems at their own expense. Do you really think the world is full of marriages like yours? There are only a few like you," Liz said in a confident tone. The rest of us are just trying to survive on our own, to get through one miserable day. And I'm upset that in all your life you still haven't realized that not everyone is as rich as you are. Your daughters have never seen poverty, never lived from paycheck to paycheck, never counted pennies, never trembled at night from hunger. They are happy people. You and I didn't know each other very well, Damien said. It all went too far. It happened too soon. We don't know anything about each other. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe that's a mistake, too, Liz agreed. But one thing I know for sure is that I'll always look out for my own benefit. I don't care about the people around me. Why I came into this world alone, and I'll leave alone too. And there's only myself to rely on. Are you wrong? Damien asked. No, Liz argued. No, I'm right. And I'm glad we broke up before we got married. I was getting sick of your kindness. She shushed him and headed down the stairs. Damien stood still and stared at the floor. Liz started to walk away, but he managed to call out to her and ask, Liz, tell me, did you have any interest in art? It was fucking art that saved me from poverty, Liz replied briefly and walked away into the darkness of the night. Damien didn't see her call a cab as she drove away. He continued to stand on the veranda and stare at the floor. Just now he felt so insignificant and humiliated. Never had his kindness been portrayed in such a bad light. The days that followed passed like a blur. He had asked his agents to deliver all of Liz's belongings to her, but when they arrived at the right address, no one was there. Who knows where she had moved to? But Damien hoped that Liz had started her new life with a clean slate. Though he didn't rule out the fact that she'd run off to find herself a victim again, he thought about her words for a long time. He realized that they had so rarely had heart-to-heart talks with each other, that they hadn't even learned about each other's childhood, about what they had experienced. They knew nothing. It frightened him. How could he propose marriage to a girl he'd known for a month and a half? How his wise head hadn't realized such an obvious thing. It was just awful. A week later, he went to the address of that bridal salon. There was another woman in the boutique. Hello, he said sadly. Can I cancel my order? Hello. Could you tell me what number the order was placed for? Damien said the numbers. The woman looked in her computer's spreadsheet, but found nothing. I'm sorry. When did you place the order? A week ago. Then she asked me to wait and went into the back office. You served someone named Liz? That's the number. A week ago, I heard someone's voice ask Liz behind the curtain. Yes. A woman came out of the den, followed by the same girl he already knew. Oh, it's you, she exclaimed, recognizing Damien. Damien couldn't hold back a smile. He was pleased that he was remembered by this sweet, kind girl. He was even a little embarrassed. Yes, I wanted to cancel the order, Damien asked. The girl immediately ran to the computer and began to process the cancellation. They were left alone in the room. Did you cancel the wedding after all? She asked. Yes, I had to. We're very different people, as it turns out, Damien replied. Could you tell me your name? The girl asked. Damien, the man answered. The girl nodded. And yours? As if in jest, he asked. The girl looked at him suspiciously at first, then laughed. Kate, she smiled. Kate pulled out some sheets of paper, scribbled something down with a black pen, and handed it to Damien. Fill it out, please, she asked. The girl watched with interest as Damien filled out the paperwork. He was blushing more and more, but he seemed to enjoy it. Listen, are you free on Friday? Kate asked suddenly. For you, yes? Damien answered confidently. 6 months had passed. A lot had changed in Damien's life in that time. He had a real relationship, which he was now working diligently on. He was in no hurry to propose to Kate. She was fine with it. He had finally reconciled with his daughters, and they really liked their father's new girlfriend. She was the real thing, not a cheap fake like Liz. That one, as it turned out later, didn't even have her own name. Her name wasn't really Liz, it was Elizabeth Brown. Kate and Damien matched in character. They had common interests, and most importantly, she was a kind soul, sincerely loved the world, and he reciprocated. Damien couldn't get enough of watching her play with Fred, sit for hours in his huge library, reading avidly with a blanket over her legs. Still, some things in Damien's life remained the same. Every Friday, he sat by the fireplace with Fred and now Kate, listening to classical music and watching the silent stillness of the trees that beckoned with their quiet beauty. Now he felt completely free and happy and thanked fate for having once brought him to her. This girl possessed both intelligence and patience, and most importantly, the warmth of her soul. I am a professional editor with a higher philological education and 20 years of experience. Do you think I'll be able to draw this tree? Kate asked, as they sat under the dark pine needles, each reading his own book. I think it's worth a try, Damien answered with a smile. So Kate took up painting and enrolled in a preparatory course at the Academy of Culture. Liz, on the other hand, achieved her goal. She married a rich German man who was temporarily living in Russia. A month later, he took her to Germany, and there they were married. And 2 years later, Damien married his Kate too. They arranged a simple, quiet wedding without lavish dresses and expensive spending, and everyone in the couple was very happy and content. I'm so glad, Dad, that you found love, Emily marveled. After all their troubles and sorrows, they sat together again in a family circle at Darcy's apartment. She had just learned how to make wonderful pies, so she had decided to celebrate with some good family gatherings. Actually, Damien Matthews said, I didn't give you and Liz Brown a chance. Everyone laughed. I knew it was bullshit. But Kate really is a wonderful girl, and I'm very happy for you. Thank you, my family. Damien wept, letting his feelings come out. Those were just the words I needed to hear. Thank you. And then they continued laughing, chatting, and just having a good time together. And as Damien looked at the quiet happiness surrounding him, he realized that he wasn't alone anymore. He now had everything he could ever dream of. Couldn't resist an indecent proposal. MP4. Max was born in a rather poor family. His parents were not particularly happy about the appearance of the child, and therefore treated the boy very negatively. Since childhood, he had to endure various mockery, ridicule, and not only from the parents, but also from peers. And it began in kindergarten, where the boy first got acquainted with child cruelty. Max did not yet realize how difficult life is harsh in relation to a small defenseless child. He went to an ordinary kindergarten, but because of his appearance and unattractive appearance, he had no friends. And so one day, coming to the kindergarten, he saw the judgmental look of the teacher, and then heard. Why does he have to go to our kindergarten? We have normal children, and here they bring this one. How many times can you do this? He spoils the whole look of our kindergarten. He's the scum of the earth. The teacher's voice was rude and arrogant. She was talking to the nanny, not paying attention to the boy, who looked at her with incomprehension. Max continued to stare at the woman until she suddenly shifted her gaze to him, saying, "Why are you staring at me? I'm ashamed to even let you into the group with the regular kids. It would be better if you were not brought to our kindergarten at all." She laughed and turned back to her partner, ignoring the tears in Max's eyes. The boy, though he didn't understand half of what was said, he still felt that he wasn't welcome. The strange pinching feeling inside was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that the tears were about to start rolling down his cheeks in hot paths. But Max did his best to hold back the urge. For a few seconds he looked at the teacher and then went to the group. Immediately the taunts from the children started coming in his direction. At 6 years old they were already quite cruel, and therefore did not miss the opportunity to tease the boy. No one liked him in the group, and he was well aware that the relationship would only worsen over the years. Max didn't want to go to school with these kids and continue to socialize closely after years of constant bullying. No one asks you what you want and don't want, my darling. Mrs. Olivia answered him sternly. She looked at the boy with distaste, holding the bottle in her hand. Clearly, she was not happy about talking to her son. She could see the unconcealed hatred and irritation in her eyes. You'll go to the school I tell you to go to. And if you suddenly don't like something, you can complain to your worthless father. He will arrange a sweet life for you. The woman clearly did not want to continue the conversation with Max. The boy looked worriedly at his mother for a few minutes, expecting her to say something else. But no, she remained silent, immersed in her own thoughts, and in the boy's mind the memories of the day when his family was irrevocably destroyed surfaced. Max had been picked up from daycare much earlier than usual that day. His mother was not in the best of spirits, and the boy didn't understand what was going on. But he didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, realizing perfectly well that this could be the cause of another mother's breakdown. He followed her silently, barely keeping up with the speed of her steps. At some point he stumbled, falling painfully to his knees, and at the same second his mother turned round sharply, saying in an irritated voice, "You're nothing but trouble." She didn't help the boy to get up, but only looked reproachfully at the way her son was rising from the concrete floor through the pain. Tears were running down Max's cheeks, but he did not make the slightest sound, knowing perfectly well that it could cause not the most pleasant consequences. He stood up and held out his mother's hand to go further, but she sharply pushed him away. The woman spoke through gritted teeth. "You're as worthless as your father. You can't do anything normal in this life. There's a reason I didn't want you. And if now it turns out that the neighbor told me the truth and your foolish father is cheating on me, together with him out of the house. Do you understand me?" The woman spoke with anger and hatred. She did not even try to hide her displeasure, looking at the boy with that reproachfulness that he became uncomfortable. Max, stunned, looked at his mother, not understanding at all what she meant, and why he and his father would have to go somewhere else out of the house. A few seconds passed like that, when Olga Pavlovna swiftly went in the direction of the house, leaving her bewildered son alone. After a while the boy came to his senses and rushed after his mother. He had no idea what was waiting for him at home in a few minutes. Max entered the house at the moment when screams were already coming from behind the door. The boy froze at the door, not realizing what was happening. He only listened to the screams. "What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Father Max shouted. "What makes you think that I can be at home not alone? Listen more to your crazy girlfriends who want to ruin our family happiness." In his voice it was heard that the man was very angry, clearly not going to calm down so easily. He continued to be indignant, as suddenly heard the displeased voice of Olga Pavlovna, who clearly was not going to leave the situation so easily. "What family happiness? What are you talking about? You and I are not even roommates. We live like strangers to each other. You don't love me at all. You don't appreciate me. How many times can you get on my nerves?" Afterwards, there was the sound of breaking glass. Max continued to stand still, hesitating to enter the house. The next second, the boy's father ran out of the house, holding his belongings in his hands. He looked completely confused. And the next moment, Olga Pavlovna ran out of the house, throwing things at her spouse. She screamed, and at that moment her eyes were filled with hatred and pain. "Get out of my house. I don't trust you. You're always giving me horns, and in front of my own child. Take him with you, and get out." Max looked fearfully at his mother. He didn't want to leave home, and he couldn't imagine that she had meant it when she threatened to kick him out. Until the last moment he was sure his mother was just joking. "Do I need this kid? I'm not sure he's mine at all. She got him somewhere and now I have to raise him and be responsible for him. I've got nothing to do. You've been out. You're the one who's going to take care of him now." The man looked at Maxim reproachfully, then muttered something under his nose and went in the opposite direction from the house. He never looked back, never said anything more, and generally never appeared in little Max's life again. Mrs. Olivia took the loss of her spouse extremely hard, even though she had initiated the situation. From that moment on, the woman began to seek solace in strong drink and partly indeed found it. But only for little Max such changes in the usual way of life were extremely traumatic. Strangers constantly appeared in the house, spending evenings and often nights in the company of Mrs. Olivia. They often treated the boy badly, who looked at them with frightened eyes and often cried when he heard strange noises coming from his parents' room. He asked his mother many times when would Papa come back, when would they make peace. But time after time Mrs. Olivia looked scornfully at her son and answered in a haughty voice, "You have no father anymore. He has no use for you. If you don't like it, you can go to your father if you can find him," Mrs. Olivia shouted, throwing at her son Max a look of contempt that made him uncomfortable. Max squared his shoulders, trying to hide from his mother's reproachful gaze. But he couldn't. Mrs. Olivia was looking at her son with displeasure, and her gaze was growing heavier by the minute. "Why do you look at me as if you were seeing me for the first time? Go to your room before I kick you out of the house," she hissed. The boy shuddered and went swiftly to his room. He did not understand what was happening, but even then in his soul began to develop a dislike for his mother, which later turned into hatred. A few years passed. Max became more independent and determined. He was no longer afraid to say what he thought and could stand up for himself not only by force, but also by words. By the age of 12, Max knew how to put anyone in their place. During this period, communication with his mother almost ceased. He continued to live in her house because there was no choice, but tried not to cross paths with her. So stretched the gray everyday life, until one day Mrs. Olivia brought home John. It was a young man who literally groomed her. He showered her with compliments, cooked breakfast in bed, and spent all his free time with her. The woman was over the moon. Max, on the other hand, was quite puzzled. Something about this John seemed suspicious to him. He behaved too naively in front of his mother and not at all when she wasn't around. A few months after John's appearance, at night when Mrs. Olivia was fast asleep, Max overheard him talking to her. "Just be patient. We need that money. Soon she'll sign over her house to me, so I'll feel like a man here." Silence followed. Then John said irritably, "Stop bugging me every couple of days. How many times? I told you it's going to be fine. I'm in control of the situation and I know what I'm doing." Again the pause. Max tensed, trying to hear what was being said on the other end, but to no avail. The phone was not on speaker. "That boy won't do anything. He's a waste of space. She'll only listen to me, or I'll leave her. And then she'll come crawling back to me on her knees, begging me to come back. So don't worry, it'll all work out. She's already willing to do anything for me. Just a little more pressure, and she'll do whatever I say without thinking." Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew John was in trouble, of course. But he could not have guessed that the situation was so bad. He stood in confusion for a while, and when John had finished talking, he rushed into the room. Anxious thoughts swarmed in his head. Should he tell his mother now, or was it better to wait until morning? But would she even believe it? Love often blinds one's eyes and prevents one from seeing the problem. Mrs. Olivia couldn't imagine how it would end. Waiting until morning was excruciatingly difficult. Max had had dozens of unpleasant thoughts during the night and concluded that his mother had to be rescued from such a relationship. But how to do it? After numerous considerations and internal arguments, the guy realized that the best option would be to simply tell everything as it is. But such a reaction from his mother he could not imagine. "How dare you try to ruin my family happiness again?" Mrs. Olivia shouted at her own son, not believing everything he said. Max tried to convey all the details of the conversation, John's mood and voice. But the more small moments in the story, the more irritated Mrs. Olivia became. The woman looked at her son with displeasure and clearly did not want to admit that everything he said could be true. "You broke up my first marriage, and I won't let you ruin my happiness again. Stop these weird surveillance games. Or I'll make sure you never live in this house again. Don't forget that you live with me, not me with you, and you have no right to tell me what to do." There was so much venom and resentment in every word that Max felt uncomfortable. He looked at his mother with anxiety and incomprehension, trying with all his might to hold back his emotions. But despite the inner torment and the cry of reason to keep silent, he still asked, "And why do you think that it was my fault that your family with your father broke up? You couldn't keep it together. You made up your own mind and then you threw him out of the door without even wanting to listen. You realized that you were wrong in that situation, and it was because of you that everything turned out like that. Max spoke calmly and confidently. He wasn't going to make excuses or apologize. In his 12 years, Max understood perfectly well what really happened at that moment. The boy looked at his mother carefully, realizing that he had caused her complete confusion with his answer. After a few moments, he added, "You don't need to try to blame me for your problems. You are an adult and should realize that all the consequences are your fault. They were adult decisions. You had to make decisions that will affect not only your life but mine as well. So I ask you not to blame me for something I had nothing to do with." Max noticed that with each new phrase, his mother's gaze became more and more heavy, so he decided to keep silent so as not to inflame the situation. But all that had been said was enough to make the woman furious. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Mrs. Olivia shouted at her son. "Have you forgotten where you belong? Have you lost your fear, or have you decided that you don't need a roof over your head anymore? I'll remind you where you are and whose money you live on." The woman came close to the boy, looking him in the eyes with hatred. Max didn't look away as he always did. He kept looking at his mother, realizing that he was tired of living the way she wanted him to and doing everything to please her and be a good son. The boy's gaze was frustrated and blank. He didn't know what else to say or do so that his mother would believe his words and not ruin her and his future through her own naivety and stupidity. "After you were born, your father and I had a bad relationship," Mrs. Olivia continued. "We didn't want you, but it was too late to do anything about it when I realized. Your father wanted a child, and I was a fool to agree to have you. I thought it would make our relationship stronger, but it did the exact opposite. I didn't want to see your father after you were discharged from the hospital. He didn't spend time with you. He was always at work, and he had no idea how hard it was for me. He didn't help, and he didn't bring in enough money to keep us from living in poverty. It's lucky I got this house from my parents. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived that period. He also complained that I was getting cranky and tired. How could I be different with you? You were always shouting, not letting me sleep, not letting me sleep, not letting me eat in peace, constantly demanding attention, crying. If I didn't give it to you, you did things at home, as if to spite me. I hated you with all my heart and soul, but I believed that soon it would get easier. Then the neighbor called and told me that your father was cheating on me. You see, he was tired and told her that he just wanted to have a nice time as I was no longer so affectionate and attractive to him after you were born. All because of you, you know. And now you're going to tell me how to live and what to do. Because of you, my life is irrevocably ruined. You're the reason I'm where I am now. And you dared to destroy the fragile happiness that I finally had." The woman switched to screaming, clutching her son's shoulder hard, as if he was trying to escape from her, but Max continued to look at her calmly and seriously, waiting for the series of accusations and discontent to end. For a few minutes more, Mrs. Olivia expressed everything she thought. She wasn't shy in her expressions, and she wasn't afraid to hurt her own child. And Max, he was so accustomed to her rudeness and coldness that he paid no attention to the next attacks and threats. Finally, the woman was silent, closing her eyes and as if trying to control her emotions. All this time, the guy listened to her attentively and then answered, "You know, I did not ask you to give birth to me. I'm sorry that I made your life so unbearable, but there was nothing I could do about it. Don't worry. In a few years, I'll stop bothering you with my presence. But then you'll realize I was right about your new boyfriend, but it'll be too late." After these words, John turned round and went to his room. He didn't see any point in continuing the dialogue and didn't want to listen to his mother's accusations and displeasure. Mrs. Olivia did not listen to her son. It seemed to her that he was deliberately making all this up to get attention and make himself the only man in the house, but she couldn't imagine how it would end. It had been several days since John had last spoken to his mother. He no longer saw the point in trying to prove or open her eyes to reality. John, on the other hand, had been getting closer and closer to the woman all this time, showing her attention in every way possible and making her trust him as much as possible. The guy saw all this but decided to do nothing, letting the situation take its course. But he had no idea that his mother's mistake would affect his life too. One evening, when Mrs. Olivia was in a good mood, John decided to start his plan. The man looked at the woman carefully, trying to convey as much emotion as possible with his gaze. At that moment, Mrs. Olivia smiled smugly, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you like me?" She moved closer to the boy, looking at him intently. It was only a few seconds before John moved closer and spoke in his most satisfied voice, looking the woman straight in the eye. "How can a man not like you? I'm surprised no one else has ever courted you before. And why you chose me out of so many options. Although, admittedly, I would have chosen me if I were you. I'm just incredibly attractive," John said, moving closer to the woman. "That's why you love me, baby." He came close to her, looked into her eyes, and said in a satisfied voice, "I'm sure I'm also incredibly charming, aren't I?" John stopped a few centimeters from her face. Then he moved close to her ear, burning her skin with his hot breath, and whispered, "I wish I could marry you. I wish I could. You are so gorgeous, so desirable to me." He whispered compliments in the woman's ear, causing her to smile as broadly and sincerely as she had never smiled before. John had hinted several times that he wanted to make her his in every sense, wanted to build a family with her, become her official spouse, be with her always, no matter what. "So what's stopping you?" she asked. "If you want to marry me, you can do it. I'll marry you right now. I'll go to the registry office with you." Mrs. Olivia moved closer to the boy, looking intently into his eyes. There was so much determination and confidence in his gaze that for a second John was embarrassed. But he pulled himself together and spoke in a confident voice. "You know, I just can't feel like a complete man while I'm not on my own turf. But you know, these are the classic male hang-ups." He smiled, trying to make his words more casual. But Mrs. Olivia tensed. Her mind flashed back to the last conversation she'd had with her son Max, when he'd tried to say something about John's plans for her place. She pulled away from the man a little, and the man sensed something was amiss. His demeanor became sharper and his words more confident. "But that doesn't mean you have to do anything," Randy said to diffuse the situation. "I'm not forcing you to do anything. It's just a thought in your head, and you don't have to conform to it." "I'll love you without marriage," John said, moving closer, trying to ease the tension and create a more intimate setting. After a few minutes, looking intently into Mrs. Olivia's eyes, he added in a languid voice, "I just wanted to make you my wife." His lips gently touched the woman's skin, and she felt a pleasant tingling sensation. An electric current seemed to run through her skin, leaving an inexpressible sensation. Mrs. Olivia exhaled noisily, trying to keep it as quiet as possible. But whether from her relaxed state after a few drinks or because she liked the man so much, she couldn't resist. With her whole body pressed against him, she looked up at John and spoke in a languid voice. "What do you need to make me yours? What do you want from me?" The woman moved closer, looking intently into the eyes of her new suitor. She expected any answer other than what she heard from Randy. "I just want to feel like the boss in this house. How can I feel like one if this house doesn't belong to me?" He moved closer, burning Mrs. Olivia's skin with his breath and thus forcing her to close her eyes. After a few seconds, he added, "You and I would be so good together if we lived in this house as husband and wife. Don't you think so? I would make you happy with gifts every day. And you and I would have had a girl, just like you wanted." John deliberately touched on subjects that were important to Mrs. Olivia. She had always wanted a daughter. The birth of a son had been an unpleasant surprise to her. She whispered with her eyes closed. "But we can be happy without a formal marriage, can't we? I'm sure we'll have a beautiful daughter anyway, and that we'll be fine as parents." The woman spoke with her eyes closed, trying to concentrate on her emotions. Suddenly, she felt John's scalding breath disappear. She opened her eyes and looked at him carefully. He was sitting a meter away from her with a perplexed expression on his face. He clearly hadn't expected such a response from a woman and was frantically thinking of what to say. But Mrs. Olivia was not confused and continued in a confident voice. "Why are you so surprised at my words? Can't people be happy without an official marriage? I don't think the state should interfere in our relationship. Besides, I've already had the unpleasant experience of marriage, and I don't intend to repeat it." Mrs. Olivia approached John, but he pulled away. The elaborate plan in John's head began to fall to pieces. He stared bewilderedly at the woman who was obviously speaking in complete seriousness. The silence was dragging on and becoming awkward. Mrs. Olivia's gaze was becoming tense. At that moment, John realized that he had to think of something. Suddenly, he said, "I just don't understand your train of thought a little bit. If you want a family, why shouldn't we formalize our relationship? I thought we were serious, and you wanted to spend the rest of your life with me." I could hear the disappointment in the man's voice. He looked at Mrs. Olivia in confusion, not knowing what to do in such a situation. There were all sorts of thoughts swarming in his head, and there seemed to be no right answer. John looked up at the woman and spoke in an uncertain voice. "What is our relationship even for if you don't consider continuing it? What have we spent so much time building a bond of trust and such intimacy for?" John spoke seriously. The man seemed genuinely upset. Whether it was the alcohol or the strange pinching feeling inside, it seemed to Mrs. Olivia that he was telling the truth, that he really didn't understand what was going on. And for a moment she felt a pang of guilt for not trusting her young man from the beginning. She looked at John carefully, trying to understand his feelings. And after a few minutes she said, "Well, is it really that important to you? You never told me you wanted to start a family. It was the first time we'd ever had this conversation." The woman moved closer and looked into the man's eyes. She didn't understand why this topic had come up so acutely and suddenly in their relationship. "It's very important, you know." "Very important," John said. "You see, I was brought up to believe that I should build a family if I really love the woman I love. And I love you, and I would like to make our relationship legal soon." John was silent for a moment, as if considering what he should say next, and then he added, "But I was also taught that a man should be the master of the house. He should solve all the problems and provide for his woman. There is no problem with the latter, but with the former. I can't feel like a man when in fact I have no rights in that house. How do you see it?" He looked carefully at Mrs. Olivia, trying to make his look as sad and convincing as possible. There was silence again, but this time it lasted only a few seconds. "But I don't quite understand you," said Mrs. Olivia. "But if it's so important to you, all right, I'll sign you in at my house. Only it will take a little time." The woman smiled, looking at her chosen one carefully. "You can propose to me now. We'll start planning the wedding, and then I'll sign you up at my place. And we'll already have our relationship legalized, just like you wanted." Mrs. Olivia moved closer, noticing the slight twinkle in the man's eyes, but he tried not to show his concern. Smiling, the man nodded. Mrs. Olivia immediately relaxed, because she realized that her son's words were not true. No one had tried to take her house away from her. No one had claimed her property. What harm could come of her having someone register someone with her? It didn't give John any rights or opportunities, did it? But would she have known how the story would actually end and how it would develop over the next couple of months? Max never spoke to his mother after their fight. He couldn't forgive her mistrust and constant judgment, and so he took the path of least resistance and cut off all communication completely. He tried not to cross paths with her at all, even in his own home. He left earlier, came back later. He completely ignored John's presence in the house, pretending that the man was not there. The boy was extremely puzzled the moment he found out about his mother's plans. He happened to overhear her conversation with her friend, which left him numb with shock. Had his mother really agreed to marry John? Did she no longer believe that her former spouse could return and their family could be complete again? Did she not see through his game and realize it would end badly? Despite all the excitement, indignation, and resentment, Max didn't talk to his mother about anything. He knew very well that it would once again come down to accusations and loud words. And he didn't want that. Let it be as it was. So it went on for almost 2 years. There was no offer, and the guy began to think that it was all just words to the wind. That John had just tried to pull a con, and at the moment when he realized he couldn't do it, he decided not to do anything to avoid losing the roof over his head. But it wasn't that simple. All these years, John just thought up a new plan, still not deciding to implement it. At one point, he even left Mrs. Olivia alone for a few weeks, but then returned for reasons unknown to Max. Max's life gradually began to improve. He started to work part-time, and then he had his first money of his own. Despite the unbearable desire to spend it, he started saving to move to the city in the future. It was not easy to combine work and study, and therefore Max began to skip school more and more often, giving preference to earnings. Teachers could not ignore this. One day the guy was summoned to the director, and at that moment he realized that it would not be possible to turn away so easily. With a heavy heart, he entered the office. "Max, is everything okay with your family? You've been doing much worse in school lately, although that's not like you. You've always been a confident and determined guy. What's wrong with you now?" asked the headmistress, looking at the boy carefully. She pointed to a vacant chair and Max sat down in it. Taking a deep breath, he decided to say everything that was going on in his soul. He'd been wanting to talk it out for so long and had wanted to share all his problems with someone for so long. And since fate had it so that he had such an opportunity, he should not miss it. The monologue was long. The guy didn't miss a single moment that somehow or other occurred to him. He talked about John's conversation on the phone and all the doubts that had plagued him for the past 2 years, sharing his thoughts on the matter. After there were no more words left in Max's head, he fell silent, looking carefully at the headmistress. The woman clearly did not expect to hear so many revelations, and therefore sat in confusion. After a few dozen seconds of silence, she spoke up. "Is there anything I can do to help you solve the problem? Do you want me to talk to your mother about everything that's going on? I'm sure she'll listen to me. Or maybe you need some financial help. You realize that skipping school to work isn't the best solution. You have to get at least a high school education. Otherwise, you might have much bigger problems than talking to me." She looked at Max, who didn't seem at all surprised by her words. The guy looked at the woman carefully, and afterwards he spoke calmly. "Yes, I realize what the consequences may be, but if I don't work, I won't be able to put money aside. And as a consequence, I won't be able to leave my parents' house so easily in the future. I didn't plan to stay there past adulthood." He fell silent, looking at the headmistress intently. He had a brilliant idea in his head, which he decided to realize immediately. Making his gaze more serious, he asked, "Do you really want to help me, or are you just telling me this because you want to appear as a good person in my eyes?" "I really want to help you, Max. I am well aware that you are in a difficult position, and I can talk to your mother about the situation." "No, you don't need to talk to her. I don't need that kind of help," Max said sharply, interrupting the woman. "If you really want to help me, make sure I don't get expelled from school. I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure you can influence my grades. I'm not asking for a B or an A. I just need to get my high school diploma. It's only 2 years away." I'm already in 10th grade. He looked at the headmistress carefully, trying to understand her emotions. For the first few seconds, the woman's gaze was heavy and completely incomprehensible. Max was already beginning to doubt that she would help, but suddenly the woman sighed heavily and without hesitation in her voice spoke. "Okay, I'll help you, but only on the condition that you devote at least some time to your studies. You can't not come at all, and you can't not study or do anything. The syllabus has to be fulfilled anyway, whether you like it or not. Only then can I negotiate with the teachers to treat you a little more loyally." She looked intently at the boy, who literally glowed at her words. He jumped up from his seat and began to thank the woman fervently. The headmistress smiled back, realizing how much she had made life easier for the guy who was already in a bad situation. "Max, just please don't do anything stupid. If you have any problems, just come to me. You don't have to try to figure it out on your own. You're not old enough yet, so I don't think you should take on such a serious responsibility." Okay, the boy nodded and thanked the woman once again, and left the office. From that moment on, the boy's life changed. He was treated much better at school. They didn't pick on him for petty things. Of course, he also fulfilled his part of the obligations and studied all the material as much as possible, and came to the exams afterwards. It seemed that life began to get better. Everything became calm, measured, as suddenly life threw up new tests even worse than all the previous ones. One evening, returning home, Max found a very unusual picture. In the living room was a huge number of guests who congratulated his mother on something. For a few seconds, stood in complete confusion. He decided to approach a familiar woman and ask what was going on. But the answer simply shocked him beyond belief. "So your mom's been proposed to. In a few weeks they will be married and become a full-fledged family." The woman smiled, obviously happy about this event. "To be honest, I didn't believe that this guy would make a move. But he pleasantly surprised me. I'm glad your mother was able to find someone." She continued to say something excitedly, but Max couldn't hear her anymore. He was looking intently at his mother, who really seemed happy. Really, is this how it's going to be? Is John really going to be his new father? Would their family really be one more person now? And is the wedding really going to happen? Or is this just another trick to gain his mother's trust? There were so many questions in the guy's head, but there were almost no answers. The situation seemed somehow unreal. There had been no change in the relationship in 2.5 years. John hadn't even moved fully into their house, despite numerous offers from Mrs. Olivia. And now he had decided to propose to her and build a full family. Something about it all seemed illogical and wrong. But Max couldn't figure out what it was. A few days had passed since the proposal. Now John fully lived in their house, and therefore Max began to cross paths with him often. The man began to actively support Mrs. Olivia in her unhealthy hobby of trying alcoholic beverages. And therefore the guy saw him more and more often in a bad state. And so one evening, going into the kitchen, he once again encountered John. The man was in a completely drunken state. He looked up at the guy, and he was so cloudy and somehow gloomy that Max felt uncomfortable. He stared at the new member of the family for a few seconds, then mumbled, "Are you having a bad day? You look disgusting. It's like you've been unloading wagons all day, not living your life." But after John proposed to Olivia, he quit his old job, explaining that he wanted to spend more time with his fiancée. From that point on, he didn't work, which couldn't be said for the guy who had just returned from another shift in the fields. He looked at John with displeasure, but he seemed completely oblivious to his presence. Perhaps that was even better, because Max wasn't ready to talk to him as an equal. The guy walked in complete silence to the fridge to get something for dinner when suddenly he heard John's quiet voice. You have no idea, kid, what's really going on in my life and in my head. I mean, you were born into a well-to-do family and you've never been denied anything. And instead, I've had to make it on my own in life. Yes, I do it in a dishonest way. But this world isn't as easy as you might think. To achieve anything, you have to get around without getting caught in your dodgy dealings. At the same time, you always have to keep yourself in control, remain charming and attractive to all these women. You can't imagine how hard it is to control that. John sighed heavily, closing his eyes. Max stood silent, not understanding where such a harsh revelation in his words came from. But seeing a few bottles, he realized what had actually loosened the man's tongue. But should he continue this conversation? Should he even try to find out anything at all? After all, his mother would accuse him of lying again, even if he told her something. Should he even waste his time and energy on this? After thinking about the situation for a few seconds, Max said goodnight to John and left the kitchen. He saw no point in staying and listening to his fiancée's displeasure and problems with his mother. If he had stayed that night, his life might have turned out very differently. He would not blame himself in the future for not doing anything, for not listening to John at the moment of revelation, or for not even trying to do anything to stop him. But what's done is done, and the only thing left to do in the future is to take responsibility for the decisions he made and go through the trials with his head held high. The wedding of John and Mrs. Olivia still took place, despite the fact that Max was sure of the opposite. The newlyweds went on their honeymoon immediately after the ceremony. The guy stayed home alone, and no one called him to go together. But even if he had been called, he would have definitely refused such an offer. He did not want to spend time with his mother, and the opportunity to be alone seemed to him a kind of gift. If he had known that now he would never be able to communicate with his mother, never be able to talk to her, never be able to apologize to her for everything that had happened before. He had no idea how everything would really end and what such a seemingly innocent holiday trip would lead to. Max was at home when he heard the sound of the door opening. He looked at the time and the number on his phone. It was too early for a return from a wedding trip. His mother had planned to be back in at least 2 weeks, and it had only been 9 days. Holding his breath, he got out of bed, not realizing who could have been brought to his house at this hour. Suddenly, he remembered that he had left the front door unlocked, so anyone could have come in. He felt uneasy at the thought that a complete stranger could have come in. Could it be a burglar who decided to take advantage of the owner's departure, not knowing that someone else lived here? Or had John's associates decided to clean out the house in his absence so that no one would think anything of him? The thoughts in his head were not the most pleasant, and at some point in his head even flashed the desire not to go anywhere. But fear and interest made the guy still leave his room. He slowly headed towards the entrance, having no idea who he was about to meet. Cautiously peeking out from around the corner, Max froze in bewilderment. Standing on the threshold was John. He seemed somehow confused and lost. For a few seconds, the boy tried to figure out what was wrong. Then suddenly the realization came to him that his mother was not with her newly wedded spouse. He had returned alone and was now looking around, clearly trying to see if anyone was home. For a few seconds, Max watched his behavior. Afterwards, he decided to come around the corner. John stirred when he saw the guy and abruptly shifted his gaze to him. An uneasiness began to rise inside, which clearly did not bode well. Max looked at the man carefully, after which he asked him uncertainly, "Why did you come back alone? Weren't you supposed to come back with my mother together? You still have a few more days of paid holiday after all. Or has she already found someone better than you at the resort?" Max smiled wryly. Even in such a situation, he couldn't refuse to make fun of his mother's chosen one. But John did not react in any way to such barbed words. He continued to stare around confusedly, only occasionally returning his gaze to the boy. Something in his behavior seemed strange and suspicious. After a few seconds, Max added in an anxious voice, "What happened? Why did you come home alone? Where's your mother?" The boy looked at John for a few seconds, and then took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. After a few beeps, the voice of the answering machine was heard, notifying that the subscriber was out of range. Max stared at the phone for a few seconds with incomprehension. Then he raised an angry look at John. The guy grabbed the man by his t-shirt, pulling him to himself with force, after which he spoke in an irritated voice. "What the hell is going on? Where's my mom and why did you come home before her? When is she coming back? If I find out you've done anything to her, you won't live. I'm warning you nicely. You hear me?" Max shouted, unable to contain his emotions. He wasn't going to hold back in a situation like this. The irritation and resentment only grew stronger. John, on the other hand, continued to remain silent, looking at the guy with a blank and detached stare. Max felt his patience coming to an end. He shook John sharply, forcing him to look up, then spoke through gritted teeth. "If you don't tell me what the hell is going on right now, I'm going to find out for myself, and then you're definitely in trouble." There was so much rage and venom in every word that John shuddered. He shifted his gaze to the boy and then shook his head slowly from side to side. He covered his eyes, as if trying to cope with his emotions, and said nothing. He just collapsed in Max's arms, as if completely drained of strength. For the first few seconds, the guy held him in utter bewilderment, and then he unclenched his hands and spoke irritably. "What does all this mean? What do you mean, no? What do you mean?" John involuntarily raised his knee, as if trying to defend himself from Max's attacks. But the guy wasn't going to back down that easily. He squatted down. "If you don't tell me now where your mother is and what happened to her, you'll never speak again. You hear me?" There was a steely note in the guy's voice, and it made John really scared. He opened his eyes, trying to focus. Then, in a depressed, almost inaudible voice, he spoke only 3 words. "She's gone." Then he closed his eyes again, pulling his knees even higher and trying to calm the storm that was raging inside him. A tear trickled down the man's cheek, letting Max know he was serious. Confusion, pain, incomprehension all mixed together. An inexpressible feeling that simply couldn't be ignored. Fear rose higher and higher, making his heart beat faster and his legs shake. Max sank to his knees, staring at the floor, and thought for a few minutes about what he had heard. It seemed like some kind of evil joke that couldn't be true. It was only a few days ago, after all, that he had spoken to her, seen her smile. He had only seen freshly posted pictures on her social media the day before yesterday. "How can you do this? Are you messing with me?" the guy said irritably, rising sharply to his feet and hovering over John. "What have you done to your mother? Do you have any idea what I could do to you? Look at me when I'm talking to you." The guy abruptly turned John face up, yanking his hands away from his face. There was so much fear and terror in the man's eyes that it was simply impossible not to notice. Here is the edited text, taking into account your instructions. The uniformed men were rapidly approaching Max, who was looming over John. The look on the man's face was bad. For a moment, it even seemed to the guy that the man wasn't moving. But he wasn't. Immediately after Max was dragged away from the man, John promptly jumped to his feet, moving several meters away from where he had just been lying. He looked frightened and confused. The man's gaze was blank and directed somewhere past Max, who was looking at him with disdain. The guy was not going to accept the situation so easily, so he began to break out and shout, trying to continue what he had started. "Let go now. Him. It's his fault my mom's gone. I'm not going to leave him a happy and carefree life so easily. He must pay for what he's done. Let go." Max screamed and tried to break free of the police officer's grip, but he couldn't. The law enforcement officers looked at each other, shifting their gaze to John. It seemed to them that the man was completely out of his mind, whether he was so depressed by grief or under the influence of some strange drugs. After a few seconds of reflection, while continuing to hold the rambunctious Max, who kept trying to break free, one of the officers turned to his confused partner. "Here's the deal. I'm taking this one with me now." He pointed at Max, who had become a little calmer in his arms, as if he were gradually calming down. "You take the other one. Call for backup. We can't drive them in the same car. I'll see you back at the unit." Max felt his hands clenched tighter behind his back, and the next second they were cuffed. He turned at the policeman in bewilderment but said nothing, realizing that after what he had seen he was unlikely to be believed. He walked obediently to the car and turned one last time to look at John, who was staring in his direction. Then the door of the police car closed sharply in front of his face. Max was put in solitary confinement. They hadn't decided to put him in with anyone else, apparently worried that the problem might be the guy who just happened to be inadequate. He'd seen John being led past, and all requests to put them together had been refused. Perhaps it really was better this way. After all, Max was completely unsure of his own actions and powers. It seemed to him that he could do something terrible without any problems, and he would not regret it at all. So the guy sat all night behind bars. He did not sleep. In his head were the most unpleasant thoughts. But somewhere deep in his soul was the hope that it was all just a stupid joke which had nothing to do with reality. That John had really been on something, so he'd made up all the nonsense he'd said to him when he got home. That his mother had just found another suitor, and the man couldn't deal with it, determined to ruin her son's life. Outside the window, dawn broke. Max rose powerlessly from his bunk, feeling his entire body break incredibly from fatigue. He still couldn't bring himself to sleep without knowing what had happened to his mother. Unable to bear the unknown any longer, he started screaming, demanding to call a member of staff and tell him something. After a few minutes of shouting, at the moment when it began to seem that no one would come through, a stately man of age approached the cell. For a few seconds he looked at the prisoner in complete detachment, and then calmly said, "What kind of circus are you putting on here? You were told to wait for the trial. So you're going to sit and wait. No one's going to tell you anything just because you want to. We have no reliable information except that your mother's husband is under the influence of some strange drug. He'll come round shortly and we'll question him. Until then, I would ask that you behave according to the rules. Otherwise, we'll put you in solitary confinement, not at the station, but in prison, where you can scream all you want. I hope we understand each other." The man was about to leave when suddenly behind him came the excited voice of a boy. "What about my mother? Did you find out what that creep did to her? She hasn't been in touch." And he himself said that she was gone. Maxim involuntarily switched to shouting, but immediately stopped talking, seeing the man's displeased look. The employee came closer to him, sighing heavily, then spoke without a drop of irritation. "Son, I understand your emotions perfectly well. I too lost my mother early, but as of now, the guilt of the detained man has not been proved. We can't make any judgment until the investigation is complete. It could take a long time. If we prove his guilt, he'll go to jail. And if not, the man spread his hands, making it clear that in such a situation he would be completely powerless." A few seconds of tense silence passed when Max spoke through gritted teeth. "If it turns out that he's involved in this whole thing, I'll deal with him myself. He won't wait for real justice. I'll do it myself." The man heard the boy's words perfectly well, but did not answer him. He only sighed heavily and went back to his office, not wanting to continue such a difficult dialogue. It seemed to Max that time was dragging on endlessly. From time to time he listened to the strange sounds that came from the depths of the building, but he could not understand what was going on there. At some point his body just gave up, and the guy fell into a restless sleep. He kept turning round and could not bring himself to stop thinking about something bad. Several hours passed in this way, as suddenly someone's hand touched him. Max woke up abruptly on the bed, His eyes immediately met with the police officer who had come in the morning to his screams. The man looked completely distressed, looking down at the floor. He did not raise his eyes to the lad, though he could see perfectly well that he was looking at him anxiously. After a few seconds of tense silence, Max was the first to speak. "Well, did you manage to find out? You didn't just come to my cell to keep me company. Did he tell you anything? Did he tell you where my mother is and why she hasn't been in touch? What happened?" Max watched as the officer sighed heavily, closing his eyes. And then his heart skipped a beat. He realized that nothing good was going to be told to him, so he needed to start preparing for the worst right away. "What happened? Stop talking. This is bullying. Tell me what happened." Max started screaming. He was on edge, and he couldn't bring himself to stay calm, even when talking to a policeman. "I'm sorry, kid," the officer said, looking up at Max. "Your mother is really gone." The detained man said that they were relaxing on some beach when they were approached by locals. They offered to have a good time and buy strange cocktails. According to him, he immediately refused such an idea, but his wife insisted. He paid for them, after which they continued to admire the view. The cocktail seemed strange to him, and he refused to drink it. But your mother said that she liked the taste very much, so she would finish the whole thing. Since her husband was against it, she took the second cocktail, took a few sips, and then returned to her drink. At some point, the detainee felt that something was wrong. The picture in front of his eyes became less clear. There was a strange feeling of the approaching end. He immediately jumped to his feet, but a sudden weakness made him sink to the floor. For a few seconds, everything swam before his eyes, and then he saw his wife falling before him in an unnatural pose. She whispered something about not being able to breathe. And then darkness. The officer was silent, as if he couldn't control his own emotions. He sat with his eyes closed for a few seconds, waiting for the boy to say something back. But Max remained silent. The detainee claims that he doesn't remember anything else. The officer continued. Only voices that appeared after the moment when the whole world went dark. They said something about not tolerating newcomers in their territories, and that this would be the case with anyone who came there. When the detainee woke up, he was already lying alone. No one was around, including his wife. We do not know how true this is, but such cases have indeed been recorded before. We've never been able to find anyone missing. I'm sorry. They. The officer turned to Max, who had hot tears running down his cheeks. He stared at the officer in disbelief, not understanding how this could have happened. After a few seconds, when there were no other emotions left inside the guy but pain and hatred, he jumped up, rushing towards the exit of the cell. The door was open, and therefore there was nothing to stop him from getting out of it. Max immediately rushed in the direction where John was supposed to be sitting, completely ignoring the cries behind him. He just wanted revenge. He wanted revenge for his mother. He wanted to tell John what he thought of him. And he didn't care at all about the consequences. Max had no trouble finding John in the other solitary confinement cell. He looked completely lost. It looked like the man had just lost his mind in the couple of days he'd been in this place. I warned you that if anything happened, you'd be in trouble. Do you think I was joking with you? Max rushed towards the bars, but John behind them didn't even flinch at such a sudden movement and loud sound. At that moment, an officer came up and started pulling the guy away, trying to calm Max down, but he wasn't going to leave it at that. Max struggled forward, trying to free himself from the clinging hands, realizing that he wouldn't get another chance. Let me go. It was his fault she was gone. Why the hell would he go on living in peace after what he'd done? Max tried to break free, but at that moment 2 more officers ran into the room. They easily stopped the guy, forcing him to sit on a chair that stood a couple of meters away from the bars. The officer who had been sitting with Max before squatted down beside him, looking into the guy's eyes. Kid, listen to me carefully. It's not a good idea to try to get revenge on your own. You've got to realize that's not an option. You'll only jeopardize your future. We'll figure it out, and you don't have to get involved, okay? The man looked at the boy carefully, not giving him a chance to shift his gaze to John behind the bars. You need to think about what you've got to live and live on from here. And if you ruin your reputation now, it will be extremely difficult to restore it. Plus, you'll have a criminal record on your record forever. And no normal place will hire you to study or work. I promise you I'll handle this personally. But you have to promise me you'll stay out of it, okay? The man continued to stare at Max until he nodded confidently. At that point, he let go of him and, rising to his feet, took a step back, turning to the prisoner who was now the accused. "Watch this one," he muttered carefully. "Don't let him do anything to himself until we know what's going on, and I'll ask you personally if anything happens to him. And with him." The man turned back to Max, who was staring emotionlessly at the floor in his chair. He sighed heavily and mouthed, "Something has to be worked out with him too. You can't just leave him in your ward. Besides, he's a minor. There could be some unpleasant consequences for our department for detaining him. We should let him go." The man nodded to his own thoughts and was about to leave when he heard the confused voice of another officer. The man nodded to his own thoughts and was about to leave when he heard the confused voice of another officer. "But if he's a minor, so we can't just let him go. He has no one at home and we have to hand him over to the child welfare authorities." The voice seemed confused. All eyes were suddenly on Max, who didn't care at all about what was going to happen to him next. He saw no point at all in continuing all these pointless negotiations. They were unpleasant to him. "So, call over there. But the kid's not supposed to be here tonight. Let me know how it turns out, where I can find him in the future." "Execute," said the man. After saying that, he walked out of the office, leaving Max with the other law enforcement officers. They called the child welfare authorities. After a short hearing, it was decided to temporarily take the boy to a place where minors without parents and guardians live. Max did not resist, just did what he was told. It seemed that there was nothing else left in the world that could please him or become for him a new meaning of life. But he couldn't even imagine how his life would turn out in the future, and how different a person he would be in just a few years. Max was left at the orphanage until the circumstances were clarified. He spent a few days there. Nothing was said or explained to him. These few days seemed to him a real hell. He didn't want to sleep, eat, or do anything. His only wish was to wake up from this nightmare that had come into his life. One day, the manager of the institution, Mrs. Kate, announced that Max would be diverted to an orphanage in a few days, as there was no one of legal capacity who had the right to take him without guardianship papers. They tried to ask Max about his father or other relatives, but he was reluctant to talk and expressed this reluctance vividly. He was well aware of what would happen to him next. He had acquaintances who grew up in orphanages, and, according to them, the conditions there were not the best, but rather terrible. To survive this period and not get a huge amount of moral and physical traumas is simply impossible. Therefore, the guy began to adjust himself to the fact that he would have to fight back hard and from the first day. There were only hours left before the departure, when an agitated, familiar voice sounded in the corridor. "How dare you not let me see him? I've done all the paperwork I need to do. I don't care if you're getting ready to leave. I have a right to take him out of here. I know exactly what the law allows me to do and what it doesn't. You have no right to stop me. Get out of the aisle." Max turned round, completely unaware of what was happening in the corridor. And at that moment, the headmistress of the school he attended burst into his room. She, looking around, confused and to some extent even frightened. But the moment her gaze fell on Max, she relaxed, smiling. Walking over to the boy's bed, she sat down on the very edge and spoke in an excited voice. "I promised you that I would help you in every possible way, that I wouldn't leave you in trouble, no matter what happened to you. As a matter of fact, I just found out about the tragedy a couple of days ago. I'm so sorry." The woman was silent for a few seconds, as if gathering her thoughts. Then she added, "I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about it beforehand, but I have decided to apply for custody of you. Of course, I believe that your mom will be found safe and sound. Maybe she'll come home soon and the guardianship is a temporary measure. And as soon as everything's okay, I'll give it up. I did it so they wouldn't take you to an orphanage. I don't think that's where you want to be." The woman looked at the boy in bewilderment, not realizing the emotion his face was expressing. There was confusion, pain, and relief mixed with tenderness and gratitude in his gaze. A few seconds passed as the woman added, "Of course, you can refuse my guardianship if you don't want to live with me. I'm not forcing you to. But just you don't think. You can choose how you want to live your life and what you want to do." The woman looked at the guy with undisguised worry. He was silent for a few seconds, and then he spoke in an uncertain voice, looking into the woman's eyes. "Thank you so much. I never imagined that you would be there for me in such a situation. Thank you." Max pressed himself sharply against the woman, trying to convey all the feelings and awe that were in his soul. He couldn't even imagine that life would turn this way after so many problems. After a tremendous amount of trials, some relief finally came. The guy felt his whole body start to beat a small shiver. After so many problems, after constant tension, after sleepless nights, after worrying about the future, he could finally relax. Finally, there is something good in his life, which he is extremely grateful for. Mrs. Isabella, that was the name of the headmistress who had decided to take Max in, spent a few more weeks getting used to a grown-up boy in her home. Sometimes she forgot that she had taken custody and that she didn't live alone. But Max was understanding. She didn't have to take him in. She only did it out of the kindness of her heart. After a couple of months, life returned to normal. Max went back to work and continued to go to school. Many people knew what had happened, but no one dared to talk to him about it. The wounds on his heart were too fresh to open. There was too much pain in the guy's eyes, which literally screamed that he should be left alone. The boy had successfully finished school, passed all the exams to get his certificate. There was never any information about his mother. The investigators stayed in touch throughout this long period of time, but never said anything encouraging. Max no longer believed that his mother would return, so he tried his best to move on with his life. He planned to go to another city, find a job, try to start life with a clean slate. But Mrs. Isabella, who for a long time supported the guy and stayed by his side in the darkest times, wanted a different future for him. One evening, she decided to talk about the lad's future and how she was willing to be involved in it. "That's out of the question. I don't want to keep spending your money. I'm old enough to start working on my own." Max became indignant after listening to his guardian's suggestions. Mrs. Isabella remained completely calm. She had no doubt that he wouldn't agree to her proposal right away, so she wasn't surprised by this reaction. But she didn't plan to back down so easily either. Waiting until the guy stopped expressing indignation and discontent, she spoke in a calm and confident voice, looking at him. "You know, I've always dreamed of having a child. For years I had imagined how he would grow up, how he would become in the future a wonderful doctor who would help those in need. I was always sure that one day I would definitely become a mom, and my dream will come true. But..." The woman covered her eyes and sighed heavily. Max did not hurry, realizing that the topic was not the easiest for her. He looked at the woman in silence, waiting for her to continue talking. "But after my beloved Ben was gone, I just couldn't imagine being the wife of someone else. You see, I loved him so much that I couldn't feel anything like that for anyone else. I was sure the pain would go away eventually, and it did. But in its place there was nothing new. The emptiness kept me from feeling like a complete woman for years. It made me doubt the rightness of every decision I made. It seemed to me that I simply could not be a complete person without my beloved by my side. And that was just the way it was. She looked up at Max and smiled sincerely. That smile was so simple and sincere that the guy just couldn't take his eyes off her. And then you appeared, and my life immediately became completely different. In some moments it even seemed to me that you really were my son, the one I've wanted so badly all these years. You're exactly how I imagined my own child to be. And that's why I can't afford to ruin my own future. God didn't give me children, but fate brought me together with you. And I'm sure everything in this world happens for a reason. It's either an experience or a reward for having it. I think it was a long-awaited gift that life gave me after so many problems and trials. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. She closed her eyes, trying to hold them back, but a lone tear was already rolling down her cheek. Let me realize my desires at least through you. I'm afraid that I will never again have the opportunity to be happy for someone who became practically a son to me the moment I received my diploma. This is my only wish. Please. The woman whispered the last words, and it sent shivers running down Max's back. He looked at her carefully, trying to overpower his feelings and still refuse, but he couldn't do it. After a few seconds, he replied in a quiet, almost inaudible voice, looking at Mrs. Isabella with gratitude. This is a small part of what I can do to thank you for your kindness and your care. He smiled. The woman opened her eyes, unable to believe her happiness. It seemed to her that even after such a frank confession, Max would still not agree to her proposal, that he would insist on independence and autonomy to the last. But no, he was looking at her with awe, and there were far more words of gratitude in his gaze than he could possibly say. Max had been thinking about where to apply for a long time. The exams were passed quite well, and therefore he had a lot of options where to try himself. But after the studied options and serious proposals, he decided to stop at the medical university. It seemed to him that since he had agreed to realize Mrs. Isabella's dream, he should do it to the full. The admission went well. Max was accepted to the free department, where he was to study for 5 years. Throughout this time, Mrs. Isabella promised to help the boy, and that's exactly what she did. She sent money, helped with non-core disciplines, and supported the guy in all his endeavors. All this together allowed Max to finish his studies perfectly and start his medical practice. To the surprise of many acquaintances, after a year of reflection, he chose the direction of gynecology. For some reason, it seemed to him one of the easiest and most profitable in terms of salary in the future. Without thinking for a long time, he decided to study to be a gynecologist, and in the future did not regret this decision a bit. By the time Max finished his university studies, Miss Isabella had turned 60. For the first few months, he thought about leaving for another city and starting to build a life from scratch. He had done everything in his power to thank the woman for her kindness. Well, now it was time to leave the old life in the past and try to become a really happy person. The boy was sure it would be easy to leave. After all, he'd wanted to for so long. But life is ordered in a completely different way, making it clear that his place is in this town and that he must stay here. And in the future, it will play an important role in the life of Max, who will still be able to become really happy. On the day of farewell, when the guy had already packed all his things and was preparing to leave for another city, something completely unforeseen happened. He was quietly folding the last t-shirts in his bag as Mrs. Isabella came into the room, and for a few minutes in complete silence looked at the guy, not daring to say anything. Max glanced at her several times but did not dare to start a dialogue either. Finally, at the moment when Mrs. Isabella was ready to leave, he asked, "Did you want something? You didn't just come to stand at the door, did you?" Max paused, looking at the woman intently. The woman turned round and smiled, replying, "I just wanted to tell you that I'm very proud of you, and that I'm going to be lonely without you in this house." I'm so used to having you in my life. It's just going to be hard to get used to you being an adult and on your own." The woman's smile grew sadder at that moment. She closed her eyes, trying to calm down and keep talking. "You know, you could have stayed in our town to be near us. Sure, you'd rent your own house or flat, and in the future you'd definitely buy something. That way we'd stay close, but you'd become quite independent." She looked at the guy with hope, but in his eyes there was only regret and sadness. It became clear that Max was not burning with the desire to continue living in this city. Nodding sadly a few times, the woman added, "I'm sorry, don't think I'm pressuring you. I just wanted to offer you an option. I'm sure you'll be a great professional." The woman closed her eyes abruptly. Breathing noisily, she slowly sank to the floor, clenching her eyelids tighter and trying to stop the strange, tugging pain. Max immediately ran over to her, not sure what he should do. Checking her pulse, he immediately dialed the ambulance number. "I'm fine. Don't worry, it's just age. It's just a few minutes now and I'll feel much better." "You see, everything will be fine," the woman mumbled, trying to calm Max down. But the guy knew perfectly well that there was nothing good in such a sharp pain and change of condition. And he was thinking about the worst. And that's exactly what happened. The ambulance took the woman to the hospital for examination and diagnosis. Max went with them to stay informed of everything that was going on. Half an hour later, a doctor Max knew from his time in practice came out of the room. He rubbed his eyes tiredly, then looked up at the guy and spoke in a tired voice. "Heart trouble. She'll need to be looked after. She asked me not to tell you what happened. So you can go to another city with peace of mind. But I can't do that. You know the problems people like that face. If you don't pay enough attention to them, the consequences can be bad." The man patted the boy on the shoulder, adding, "Of course, the decision is yours. I know very well that she's not your birth mother. But she did a lot to make you the person you are now." After these words, the doctor left, leaving Max in complete bewilderment. He stared at him in silence for a few seconds, then sighed heavily and went into the room. Mrs. Isabella was conscious. She was looking out of the window at the beautiful sunny day. Something in her appearance alarmed Max the moment he saw her. She immediately turned round at the sound of footsteps and smiled. "Why didn't you go home? I told you I'm fine. Just a little trouble, but it's okay now. You can go home in a few days." She smiled so sincerely that if Max didn't know the truth, he would probably believe her words. "You can keep packing. Just please say goodbye to me before you leave for another city. And don't forget to call me the moment you get there so I know you're okay." She spoke so calmly and judiciously that for a moment it even seemed to Max that everything was actually fine, and that the doctor had simply made a mistake. But the pallor and general soreness of her face said otherwise. He sighed heavily, sitting down next to Mrs. Isabella, and spoke in a calm voice. "I'll wait until you're discharged and then I'll think about moving. They'll wait for me in the new hospital, I'm sure of it." He smiled, trying to make the situation less tense. "Besides, how can I miss your birthday, which is next week? That would be completely unfair of me, wouldn't it?" He took the woman's hand in his own. They talked for a few hours, after which the guy went home. He had a difficult decision to make on which his future would depend. A few days later, Mrs. Isabella was indeed discharged home. The woman was standing in the street calling a taxi when Max came up to her with a bouquet of flowers. Surprised at his appearance, the woman spoke in a confused voice. "Weren't you going to go for an interview to get a job in another city? You might not be invited in the future because they think you are not responsible enough." The woman looked at Max with anxiety and incomprehension. He was completely calm and confident. "I've already passed the interview," Max said. "By the way, quite successfully. I have already been hired. Tomorrow I start my practice as a gynecologist." He smiled, noticing that the woman was immediately cheered by his words. She hugged the guy tightly, trying to convey all her warmth and affection with such a simple gesture. "I'll miss you, but I'm sure your life will be the best in the new city," Miss Isabella said. "You'll make new acquaintances, maybe even meet someone. I'd be glad if you could start your life as you've planned." And although at the last words the woman's voice trembled, she clung tighter to the guy, trying not to show her real mood, and began to breathe heavily, trying to cope with her feelings. Of course, Max noticed such a change in her state. He hugged the woman tighter to himself, after which he spoke out. "You won't have to miss me." He paused, clearly pleased with the woman's confusion, and at the moment when she was ready to be indignant and say something against this conviction, Max hastily added, "From tomorrow I begin practice in this hospital, while I will live with you, if you do not mind, of course. And then I'll think about how to organize my life. I don't want to make any big decisions yet." Mrs. Isabella stared at the boy for a few seconds in disbelief. She did not believe that he had really decided to stay and that she would not have to live her life alone. Max was glad that he was able to make happy the woman who was his only beacon in the most difficult period of his life. Yes, he didn't plan to stay in this town. Yes, he tried with all his might to leave it and do everything he could to start his life with a clean slate. But sometimes you have to think about more than just yourself. And this time he made a decision not in his favor. Many people knew Max since university. He showed excellent results and pleasantly communicated with patients. That's why at the moment when the appointment was announced, a queue was immediately lined up for him. A few months passed since the practice started. At some point, the guy started to notice that time after time a young girl, who had just turned 18, was signing up with him. She was checked every month, and sometimes twice a month, even though there was no need for it. Of course, Max accepted, listened, examined, despite the fact that he sincerely did not understand such an obsessive desire to control her health. Ashley, that was the name of the guy's regular patient, had made an appointment with him again, even though she'd been to see him only a couple of weeks ago. When he saw her appointment, he wasn't surprised at all, but smiled wryly. She was the last one to see him that day. So Max was already prepared for hours of questions about her health and how to choose the right partner. But he couldn't imagine how this next appointment would actually end, and where his interest in the beautiful patient would lead. Ashley looked particularly attractive on this day. She wore a short dress, made an expressive makeup, and it seemed that she was going not to the doctor's office, but to a date where she was sure to please her chosen one. Sitting down on a chair near the doctor, she immediately noticed his interested look and smugly replied, Yes, I dressed like that today, especially for you. I see you liked my choice of outfit too, didn't you?" She, leaning on the table, looked at the man attentively and, catching his incomprehensible look, explained, "After all, you told me that you like it when girls dress expressively, that it gives them femininity and attractiveness in men's eyes. Remember, at the last reception. So I decided to take your advice to attract the attention of a man I like. And judging by your reaction, I'm doing just fine, didn't I?" Her gaze became more languid, more playful. She kept her gaze on Max, and he only mumbled, "I'm very flattered that you decided to make a good impression on me. And admittedly, you have succeeded. But I'm not interested in a relationship at work. I'm sorry, is something bothering you? Or are you just trying to show me how attractive you can be?" Max smiled, not realizing what the future held for him. He looked at the girl carefully as she leaned back in her chair. Ashley spoke in a confident voice. "You know, I was sure you were impossible to meet anywhere but the hospital. And I was right about that, wasn't I? I'd have to make an appointment to talk to you." So her gaze became more predatory again. She licked her lips in a languorous voice. "I'd like to invite you to my house. We could have a great time. You could get to know my inner world better." She looked at the man carefully, expecting a positive answer. For a few seconds, Max sat in confusion as Ashley suddenly added, No serious relationship. Don't think I'm not really interested in that option. I just want to have a good time. With a handsome man like you, one meeting. And then it's every man for himself. Max hesitated, but after a few more persuasions, he agreed. But if he'd known how it would end. Ashley left the guy her address. They agreed to meet a couple of days after work. Max was looking forward to the meeting, already anticipating a great time. But fate had completely different plans for that evening. The guy did not prepare for the evening. He only chose a more or less decent outfit and styled his hair to look more attractive in the eyes of the girl. At some point in his head, he thought that he should take flowers, but he immediately canceled it. She was the one who had invited him. She had insisted on the meeting. Why should he splurge on her, and why should he try to please her? Standing by the door, Max reproached himself for coming empty-handed, but there was nowhere to go. He rang the bell, but there was no answer, reaching for the bell to ring again. He heard a strange rustling outside the door and opened it himself. Standing in front of him was a man who looked painfully similar to his father. He stared at Max absent-mindedly, never taking his eyes off him. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes, but the boy was not to be broken by such things. He looked at the man carefully, asking with incomprehension, "I apologize, but this is Ashley's address. She left it for me a few days ago, and we'd arranged to meet. Maybe I just got the wrong house." He spoke calmly, though a storm was brewing in his soul. Could there really be people so similar? Or had his father been so close to him all this time? The man stood silent, as if he didn't know what to say either. The silence was becoming tense, so he abruptly walked over to the boy and enclosed him in his arms. "Son, I thought I would never see you again in my life," the man whispered. Max opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding how this could be. He struggled for a few seconds to figure out what was going on, and then sharply pushed the man away from him. Looking at him hatefully, he stated, "I have no father. That man left me as a child, and I have no idea how his life turned out. But I'm sure that if he lived just a few blocks away from me, he would certainly have found the courage to meet me sooner." Max turned around abruptly, intending to walk away, but at that moment he felt a firm hand on his wrist. Turning around abruptly, he looked at the man with hatred, not understanding what the man wanted from him. "Let go of my hand immediately, or I'll call the police," Max jerked, but he couldn't break free. He wanted to continue resisting as Ashley suddenly appeared behind the man's back. She looked at Max sympathetically, speaking out, "I'm sorry your life has turned out this way, but you really should listen to him. He'll tell you a lot of things you don't even realize." Max looked at the girl with incomprehension. For a few seconds he doubted the correctness of his next decision, but still he entered the house and agreed to listen to his father. But would he have known what he was about to learn? Max's father told him that for years he had been trying to get in touch. He had called, sent messages, and even letters, but they had all gone unanswered. He came home to his former spouse to try to reconcile, to return the relationship. But everything was unsuccessful. She did not believe in his words. And after a while, she filed a petition in court to limit Max's communication with his father. She cried all the time of the meeting, inventing horrible stories, which were not really. As a result, the judge issued a judgment on the basis of which the man could not go near his own son. He showed Max the court's judgment to somehow prove his words, showed numerous messages that were sent every year with a plea to allow him to communicate with the child. The man talked for a long time about how difficult it was for him all these years, how he missed and looked for all possible ways to see Max. He even spent 6 months behind bars for violating court requirements after numerous attempts to communicate with his son at school. It all seemed unrealistic, but the overwhelming evidence said otherwise. "I realize you don't have to believe me, but it's the truth," the man concluded, sighing heavily. Max thought about what had happened for a few minutes. After that, he asked with perplexity, But what's your connection to her? He pointed to Ashley, who had been standing next to him the whole time. And that's your sister. I tried to find comfort in another woman, but the experience was just as sad, he sighed, closing his eyes. This was the unexpected way Max's life had turned. It would still take him a long time to understand and accept his father, but the feeling that he now had family in his world warmed his soul and gave him hope for a better future. Oligarch bought her back from her master and brought her home. MP4. Emma didn't know her mother, and the woman left the girl to her father and herself went off to arrange her own better life, leaving no information about her location, no phone number, and no information about where Emma would look for her when the girl grew up. Perhaps she just didn't want a family, wasn't ready, didn't want to take on the responsibility, wasn't confident in the reliability and solvency of her husband, or just couldn't get into the feelings and emotional attachment to her own child. Whatever it was, the girl never learned anything about the one who gave her life. The father stubbornly refused to talk on the subject. Photos and documents she could not find either. Emma didn't feel much love from her father, Mr. Ben Slow. The man was always busy with work, found hundreds of excuses not to spend a lot of time with the child, and constantly shifted all the obligations to raise the girl to the nannies and numerous women he so often brought to his home. For a long time, Emma did not realize what exactly her father was doing. And then one day, her quest to discover the darker side of the man led to terrible consequences she hadn't even realized. It would have been better if she had not known what the man did and how much money they used to live such a carefree and even idle life. Emma grew up in a well-to-do, albeit incomplete, family. Her father catered to her every whim, buying her literally anything she wanted. It was his way of paying off the girl's demand for attention and care. He simply gave her very impressive sums of money, so that she did not need anything and did not demand from him to give back. At first, Emma took offense at this attitude on the part of the man. She threw scandals and hysterics, but soon she got used to it. She began to cover her need for attention and care with casual connections and numerous acquaintances which she made in clubs, bars, and at various events. Such behavior seemed unacceptable to Mr. Ben Slow, but he did not interfere, giving the girl the opportunity to fully enjoy her youth. But soon he began to notice that the girl's behavior was crossing all boundaries, and it was time to set limits to prevent the girl from ruining herself and her life. But had Mr. Ben Slow known how it would end, probably would have left it alone. Wouldn't have tried to change Emma and set her straight, because in the end she became the person he despised most in his life. "Dad, give me the money." Once again Emma approached the man, about to spend another night filled with entertainment and casual acquaintances. $1,000 is enough for me tonight. Michael promised to pay for me. But knowing today's guys, that's not exactly how it's going to work out. "Where are you going?" "You promised we'd study for our upcoming exams today. You're 17 now, it's time to get your head round it. Don't you think so?" The man looked at Emma with undisguised displeasure. The girl was vulgarly dressed, brightly colored. She smelt a pungent odor of perfume and something else, the faint smell of tobacco. The girl abruptly took a step back, creating some space between her and her father. It was obvious that the girl was embarrassed, but only for a moment. After regaining a calm expression on her face, she spoke seriously. "I smell like the perfume you gave me. It's a shame not to remember your own gifts, Dad." She smiled predatorily, trying to make her words convincing. She knew very well that none of the gifts her father had chosen for her had been chosen by himself. He was always helped by the women he often brought home. "Will you give me the money?" Emma continued nonchalantly, staring at her father point blank. "You have to study for your upcoming test today. So, no. Today you go to your room and study hard. And after you've learned everything, we'll talk about your entertainment. Go. The sooner you get to the task at hand, the more time you'll have for your desires and entertainment." But Dad, I'm not going to waste my time on something I won't need in my life. Emma took a sharp step toward the man, trying to sound as convincing as possible. Why would I do that if I don't plan to work? But the man didn't even move, watching his daughter's reaction carefully. Michael asked me to spend the evening together. You know his parents are wealthy. He can provide for me, and I don't have to work. I'd rather spend my time charming him than learning obscure formulas and terms I'll never use. What makes you think your Michael's going to provide for you? Just because he likes your body and your availability doesn't mean he's going to love you and build a family with you. It's more likely to be the opposite. Emma froze in indecision. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Michael might just be taking advantage of her, could just enjoy her company, but not make any serious plans for the future. The girl's face quickly turned pale, and that moment didn't go unnoticed. Why did you turn so pale? Have your eyes open to the truth? You should have thought about it a long time ago, even before some obscure relationship with this guy to build. The rich have their quirks. You know, he's no exception. The father continued to look at his daughter carefully. Just like you. The daughter asked sneeringly, and in her eyes flashed unkind lights. Well, you have your quirks too. You make a good living too. But none of the women you've brought into our house have stayed long. A couple of weeks, tops. And after that, not only did I never see them, you never even spoke to me about them again. Is that what you call rich people's quirks? What happened to them? I just played with them and gave them up. Tired of wasting time on the same thing? Where are they? Mr. Ben Slow asked coldly. It's none of your business, Emma snapped back. They have nothing to do with my life and certainly nothing to do with yours. And I haven't used any of them in all these years. They knew exactly what they were getting into, and they made their own decisions about their lives. And that conversation is closed, honey. I'm making my own decisions about how I want to live my life. What's wrong with that? Why can't I make decisions, can you? It's not fair. Nobody's talking about fair. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop this scandal before it turns into a month's house arrest. You can't do this to me. I'm almost an adult. I can do whatever I want. And if I said I'm going out, then I'm going out. Emma had already taken a few steps toward the exit when she heard her father's harsh, disgruntled voice. There was a steely note in it that clearly didn't bode well. If you walk out that door now, you may never come back to my house again. And I'm telling you quite seriously. Emma turned around slowly and faced her father's hard gaze, which penetrated to the very bones. Make your decision. But I won't let you change your mind. Emma flinched. It had been a long time since she'd seen the man so serious and hard. The last time she'd seen something like that had been when one of her father's other women had refused to go away with him. Images from 5 years ago began to flicker vividly in her mind, transporting the girl back to that day, after which she looked at her father from a different perspective. I don't want to, the strange woman shouted. I changed my mind about going there. Beautiful, slim, well-groomed. Ben Slow held her hand tightly, calmly guided her to the exit of his house. I don't want to. You have no right to do this to me. I don't want to go to him. Let me go, please. You agreed to this whole thing. You signed the papers. Now you have no right to change your mind. You're going to do what he tells you to do. And now you're going where I tell you to go. The man's voice was perfectly calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But I changed my mind. You have no right to make me do something I don't want to do. It's illegal. I'll make a complaint against you. I'll file a report. Let me go. The woman continued to twitch, but Ben held her tight. Well, if you can get out, you can do what you want. You can file a report on me. You can hire the best lawyer. But I have the situation on my side. You signed the papers willingly. Did you know what you were getting into? I warned you this job would be tough. It would require not only physical, but mental commitment. And you said yes. So stop acting like you didn't know anything and you've just been blatantly lied to. Or now I will call the police and you will then pay me financial compensation for not honoring the terms of the contract you signed and with the amount I charge you. Your family will never settle. The last phrase sounded particularly threatening, making the woman shrink back with fright as she looked at the man. At that moment, Emma, who was only 12 years old at the time, came out of the room. The girl, uncomprehending, stared at the unfolding picture. She didn't hear the entire dialogue, but the words she heard that day lingered in her mind for a long time. Emma looked at her father carefully, but at the sight of his daughter, his gaze only grew sterner. Emma, go back to your room. We need to leave on business. I'll be home in a few hours, and then you and I will talk. I don't have time right now. His voice sounded stern and rough, much sterner than usual. Dad, what's wrong? Why is that aunt leaving too? You didn't like her either. You said on the phone yesterday that she was pretty. The woman exhaled sharply, shifting her gaze from the child to Ben. But the man remained unfazed even after his daughter's words. Emma, go back to your room, he said calmly. Doesn't this concern you? No, please don't go. The woman exclaimed and tried to take a step towards the girl. But Ben pulled her sharply back to the door. She'll stay with me, Father. He's acting strange. I'm scared. Don't leave me with him, the stranger pleaded, looking at Emma. You know how we used to play together, how much fun we had. Do you remember? Let's play with you again. Would you like that? Emma nodded her head uncertainly, but immediately caught her father's stern look, which made her want to hide from him. She took a step back, trying to put more distance between them. And at that moment, the stranger fell to her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks. No, please don't go. You have no idea what your father wants to do to me. Don't leave me with him, she sobbed, trying to break free of the man's clinging hands. But she couldn't. Tell him to let me go. I want to go home. I have a daughter too. I can't just leave her alone. Please, I want to go home. The woman's voice broke into a scream. She wriggled and apologized, but she couldn't free herself from Ben's grasp. At one point, she sank powerlessly to the floor, seeming to accept her position completely. Emma, get back to your room at once, shouted the man, lifting the stranger to her feet and holding her up to keep her from sitting down again, and not to come out until I come back. The girl rushed into the room, plugging her ears so she wouldn't hear the screams of the stranger and her father again. She lay down on the bed, having guessed the cause of the scandal, closed her eyes and tried not to think about anything. She tried to forget all that she had just seen, but alas, she could not do it. The horrible picture still occasionally popped into her head, and she couldn't do anything about her own memories. She had to put up with the memories, to live with the painful feelings, to analyze the situation again and again from different angles, and from time to time she still came to the same conclusion: her father was not what he tried to pretend to be. Are you going to do the same thing you did to that dark-haired woman? Emma asked. Would you force me out of the house too, if I came back here and I was never in your life again? Emma looked up and noticed that Mr. Ben Slow's gaze had become much more serious and heavy. He did not look at her, seeming to be completely absorbed in his own thoughts. But the girl was not satisfied with this arrangement. She took a step towards her father, forcing him to look at her, then asked, "What did you do to her? What happened that day? I mean, you didn't even come in to talk to me, even though you promised to do so. Why was she screaming? Why was she crying? Why didn't she want to go out with you? Where did you take her that night? Why did I never see her again?" "I'll tell you again, my work is none of your business," replied Mr. Ben Slow. She knew what she was doing. She knew the consequences and the risks, and she agreed to the whole thing in order to make as much money as possible. I had nothing to do with her choice, nor did I force her to agree to my terms. It was her voluntary decision. Subject closed. What kind of job do you have that women are so resistant to spending time with you? What did you do to her? Where did you take her? Tell me. Emma's nerves were frayed. She wanted to know what was going on. She wanted an answer to her question that had plagued her for so long and caused her dozens of nightmares. The man slowly moved closer to her, stopping a couple of dozen centimeters from her face. My line of work is none of your business, he said. Once again, you are not old enough to demand answers to such questions from me, and you are certainly in no position to judge me. How dare you speak to me like that? Emma exclaimed. I am not your slave, you are my father, and I have the right to speak to you as I see fit. And you must obey me. Go to your room, the man shouted, no longer holding back his frustration and anger. Emma stood still and glared at her father. She wasn't going to obey him, wasn't going to bend to his demands again. Anger and hatred boiled up inside, forcing her to stand still, despite all the possible consequences of such a decision. Don't test my patience, his father said through gritted teeth. Don't forget that I control my life and your future. Don't make things worse for yourself. What will you do to me? You only say you're so brave. Don't you talk to me like that. The man grabbed his daughter by the arm and dragged her towards her room, completely ignoring her resistance and resentment. You will live your life the way I tell you to. You will obey me, you will respect me. Enough of your childish whims and discontents. You're out of control. So we'll work on your re-education, my dear. The man pushed the girl sharply into her room and shut the door. God forbid you leave your room before your punishment is over, he shouted. I swear I can only sympathize with your plight. I advise you not to test the truth of my words, if you want to enjoy a free and independent life in the future. Emma heard the key turn in the lock. Ben jerked the door open, making sure the doors were closed. Afterwards, he left somewhere. Emma collapsed onto the bed. Pain, incomprehension, a feeling of utter helplessness. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She wanted to hide, wanted to stop feeling anything at all, just so she wouldn't have to go through this state over and over again. Emma had always known what didn't come first for her father. Always realized that he wasn't such a good man. But the girl couldn't even imagine what exactly her father was doing. And perhaps it was better that she didn't even know about it for longer. The way she had to get acquainted with her father's profession would not be in her worst nightmare, and Emma would have to experience it all for real. The girl did not notice how she fell asleep. She awoke to a persistent knock at the door. After opening her eyes and lying under the insistent knocking for a while, she went to the door and pulled on the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. And then the memories of the previous day came back to her mind. Sighing, she spoke out. I can't open the door. You're the one who locked me in here yesterday. In case you've forgotten. Me came a familiar male voice. I don't remember being here last night. I thought you spent the whole evening alone last night. Michael, is that you? How did you get here? The girl's voice became agitated. She couldn't imagine what her father would do to the guy if he saw him in his house. You need to get out of here right now. That's the first time I've ever heard of thanking a savior like that. Oh well, I'm not mad at you, baby. You better tell me how to open this stupid door for you. Get out of here. Now, if my dad sees you, it's not going to end well. You don't have to save me. I'm doing fine. Go away. Well, I wouldn't say you're fine and you're not in any trouble. You know, that's not what I'm sure of. I don't think you should stay. Apparently, your father just locking you in a room is not adequate. Please, Michael, get out of here. You shouldn't be here. Stop being rude. I'm trying to help you. Besides, what's your father going to do to me? My parents and I have so many connections. He better not mess with us. Oh, I almost figured out how to open it. Just bear with me, Michael said. You, young man, are apparently completely unaware of who I am and what connections our family has, Mr. Ben Slow said coldly. I think you should leave before you face serious consequences. Michael flinched and turned round sharply. Behind him stood Emma's father. It wasn't clear from his face what was on his mind. He was frozen like a stone. The boy was not confused and jumped to his feet. Approaching the man, he tried to make his look stern and his words confident and threatening. Let her go at once. You can't just keep her locked up like this. It violates her rights. There will be serious consequences for this. There are serious consequences for you. And if you don't get out now. Mr. Ben Slow's voice was calm, but there was a threatening note in it that was hard to ignore. Michael froze in place, trying to figure out what to do in this situation, how to help his friend, or whether to back off so as not to get into trouble that might shake his parents' trust. The silence dragged on. That's when Emma entered the conversation. Michael, please get out of here. I'm fine. Get out of here now. The girl's shouting made the boy stir. He made an instant decision and looked menacingly at the man in front of him. I will only leave if you let her out. Otherwise, I'm staying here. And I remind you, boy, that you trespassed into my house when I wasn't here. Trespassing, defacing my property, and possibly kidnapping my daughter. How happy do you think your father would be if I called him now and told him what I just told you? And he'd love it if he got a call from the police station, where you'll be taken at my first call. Mr. Ben Slow took a threatening step towards Michael, which made the boy recoil sharply. So brave in words and such a coward in real life. Get out of my house. This is your last chance. From here you will go out only with the police. The man took another step, and at that moment Michael rushed to the exit. At the door, he turned and shouted after Mr. Slow. I'm not going to let this go. Everyone will know about your cruelty and the way you treat your daughter. I'm leaving now, but that doesn't mean I'll admit you're right. He walked out the door, slamming it shut. Mr. Ben Slow exhaled irritably. This was the last thing he needed, some boy trying to ruin his life. He walked back to his daughter's room, wanting to clarify what was going on. Emma, can you hear me? The man asked, turning the key in the door. There was silence in response, and there was a strange, uneasy feeling inside. Emma, why aren't you saying anything? If you're up to something, I'm warning you in advance you won't succeed. You better think before you do anything, especially if it's something I don't approve of. The man swung the door open sharply, and a completely empty room came into view. Emma wasn't in it. He stepped inside. Looking around, everything was in its place. The bed was made. There wasn't even a hint that the girl had been here all night and had been desperately urging her boyfriend to leave just a few minutes ago. The man took another close look around the room. The thought even crept into his mind that he might have locked her in some other adjoining room. But suddenly his eyes fell on the open window, and then everything became clear. He rushed towards it, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. Ben saw only a car driving away, and he had not the slightest doubt that his daughter Emma was in it. As soon as Emma heard the lull in the corridor, she began to frantically think of what to do. She paced from corner to corner until suddenly she was attracted by a sound coming from the window. She immediately ran over to it, peering intently into the brightly lit streets. Opening the sash, she listened, and suddenly shouts and words came to her. Emma, come on, jump. The girl lowered her head and saw Jason, Michael's friend, below. He had always been prejudiced against her, and now the girl was surprised by his behavior, so she froze in place, looking at him carefully. Why are you frozen? Come on, jump. Already more loudly, but still persistently said the guy. "I don't have time to persuade you like a little child. Come on down. If I don't, Michael will kill me." He held his hands up, letting Emma know that he would help her down if she decided to do it. Suddenly, Emma heard the sound of the front door opening. She realized that time was running out in minutes, and therefore she could not delay any further. She pulled herself together and sat down on the windowsill with her legs over the other side. Her insides tightened with fear, and she felt dizzy. She wanted to go back to her room to think it over again and pull herself together. But at that moment, the front door slammed shut, and the guy from below whispered, "Come on, jump. There's no time. Your dad's coming back and you'll be grounded for the rest of your life. Jump." Inhale. Exhale. And Emma was flying down. She closed her eyes, forgetting to brace herself or at least cover her head with her hands. She was already preparing for the impact, when suddenly she was picked up by strong male hands, which gently pulled her to her. "Open your eyes. It's all over." Well done, you did it after all," said a familiar voice. "I was sure you wouldn't do it," Jason said. "Good thing I didn't have time to argue with Michael." He smiled as he held her close to him. And in that moment it seemed to her that he wasn't the same man she'd known before. He was somehow different, gentle, careful, handsome. She had never looked at him so closely. After all, the mere presence of this guy in her life annoyed her. But now, perhaps she would reconsider. But that would come later. And now the menacing voice of Michael, who had been watching the couple for the last few seconds, made them both come out of their strange stupor. "Will you be showing your affection later? We've got to go. Let's get out of here. If that crazy man, Mr. Ben Slow, realizes early on that Emma's run away from home, none of us will get out of here in one piece." Michael rushed to the car parked at the edge of the road. A few seconds later, Jason and Emma followed suit. The last thing the girl saw was her father's disgruntled face in the window of her room, watching him intently as the car drove away. Emma exhaled convulsively, trying to distract herself with something. Jason and Michael sat in complete silence, glancing at her occasionally. Then she was the first to speak. "Where are we going? And how did you know I was at home and that something was wrong with me? I didn't write to anyone last night. I didn't have a phone." "Michael thought something was wrong because you didn't come to the party," Jason said. "Then your friend said you hadn't been in touch since last night. He started to worry that you might have found more interesting company than him." Michael elbowed Jason in the side, causing him to bend over and laugh. "See, I told you he's jealous of you for no reason, and he's too embarrassed to talk about it. He's a wonderful guy," Jason continued, despite the displeased look on his friend's face. "You know, I like you a lot better today than I did before," Jason said. "I'd say I've seen a whole new side of you that I like a lot better." He winked at the girl, at which point he got another shove from his mate in the side. "What are you doing?" He turned to Michael indignantly. "She's not your mate. I can say and do what I want. Get off." "But she's not yours to talk to like that either. Control what you say." Michael gritted his teeth angrily, continuing to stare intently at the road. "She's not your property either. Or maybe she will be. How do you know? She doesn't seem to mind that development. Babe." Jason adjusted the rearview mirror so he could see Emma perfectly. "Don't embarrass the girl," Michael said, adjusting the mirror back to its original position. "I adjusted it so I could see the road, not so you could stare at girls. If you try that again, I'll drop you off." "Why are you getting so serious? Last time you adjusted your mirror so you could stare at girls, and now look how proper you are. If you don't like her, don't look. I like her, so back off." Jason went back to adjusting the mirror so he could see Emma. This time he noticed the puzzled look on her face. She lowered her eyes to the floor, and it was obvious that this conversation wasn't making her feel very comfortable. Jason winked at her, trying to relieve some of the tension. At that moment, however, Michael stopped the car abruptly and turned to his friend and spoke in a menacing and displeased voice. "Get out of my car, I've already warned you." I was completely serious. He looked at Jason, savoring his confusion and helplessness. "I told you you're walking from here." "Michael, stop acting like this." "What's gotten into you?" Emma exclaimed. I warned him. "Get him out of my car. I'm not going any further with him." He didn't even look at the girl, but kept staring at Jason, who was in no hurry to get out of the car. "I'm not going any further without him," Emma said, even to herself. "Stop acting like you're sworn enemies instead of friends, especially since you found an insignificant topic for argument. Stay out of our squabbles." "I can take care of myself," Jason snapped. "Don't interfere in other people's conversations unless you've been asked to. Remember that. It could turn out badly someday." "Don't you tell her what to say or do," Michael shouted at Jason. "Don't you tell me what to do. I'll figure out how to behave myself." It looked like a fight was about to break out between the boys. Emma didn't know how to defuse the situation, and then she hesitated, not wanting to be the cause of a bigger conflict. She glanced at one and the other, trying to see who would be the first to give up. But both guys continued to devour the opponent with their gaze, and so aggressively that the girl became afraid. "Please, let's move on. Let's not quarrel," the girl pleaded, saying the words so quietly that nobody even paid attention to her. "Please, guys, stop this argument," she said more insistently. And at that moment, Jason opened the door. "Wait, where are you going? We're moving on together. Right, Michael?" Emma looked fearfully at the other boy, hoping for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. But her hopes were in vain. "Let him go. I don't need that kind of traveling companion in my car. I don't want to spend time with him myself. I don't see the point. So have a good day, Michael. Emma, let's go. I'll call a taxi. We can go to my house or the nearest hotel." "She's not going anywhere with you. I'll remind you that I'm the one who came for her," Michael exclaimed, moving dangerously close to Jason. But Jason shoved him away. "And I'll remind you that I'm the one who got her out of the house. So your plan would have been impossible without me. You couldn't get her out of the room, and I was the one who caught her under the window while you were cowardly running away from her father, Mr. Ben Slow. So she doesn't have to stay in that car with you." Emma could feel the atmosphere heating up. A little more of this verbal altercation would turn into a real fight. A decision had to be made, and the girl approached the door and opened it. "Where are you going?" "Stay where you are," Michael shouted, turning sharply to her. "You're the one who promised me last night that we'd spend the evening together, not him. Let me remind you that he despised you until today. You have no idea what he said about you, and you choose him over me." He was about to jerk toward Emma to hold her hand and keep her from getting out of the car. But at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder from Jason's hard punch. "What the hell are you doing, puppy? Do you have any idea what I can do to you for standing up to my plans to get out of here? I don't give a damn about your threats or your connections. We're leaving. Emma, let's go." The boy opened the door abruptly, and in a second he was pulling the girl out of the back seat, dragging her to the edge of the road. Michael immediately jumped out into the street, wanting to get the girl back into the car. But at that moment, Jason lunged at him, shoving him back into the passenger compartment, and looking at him hatefully, he gritted his teeth. She made her choice. "And you go on your way while you're alive and well. We're leaving, Emma. Let's go." Jason opened the door abruptly, and a second later he was pulling the girl out of the back seat, dragging her to the curb. Jason hit the roof of the car hard, leaving a dent in it. "You're crazy," Do you know how much this car is worth? You're not going to pay it off. You tell your dad, and he'll buy you a new car, so his little boy won't cry and feel like a little girl who's been bullied by his classmates." Jason grinned, and without giving Michael the slightest chance to respond to his barbed words, he slammed the driver's door shut, turning back to Emma, who was watching fearfully at the curb. There was a look of horror in her eyes that was simply impossible to hide. The guy walked over to her, stopping just a couple of meters away, and spoke calmly. "It's okay. I'm already calling a taxi. To the hotel or to my place." He raised his eyes, looking at Emma carefully. She seemed even more frightened by his suggestion. "I won't hit on you and I won't lay a finger on you. You don't have to worry. Let's get away from this jerk to a quieter place, and then we'll figure out what to do next. Okay?" He smiled, trying to lighten the mood. "Your place," Emma said quietly, not looking at the boy. "They just promised me you wouldn't touch me. I don't want there to be any consequences." "Don't worry, baby. I told you I wouldn't lay a finger on you." Michael watched the situation unfold carefully, no longer getting out of the car or saying anything about Jason and Emma. He watched as the taxi pulled up, as the couple drove away from the scene of the argument, and as they moved away. But would Emma have known what his choice would cost Jason? It took the couple a couple of dozen minutes to reach Jason's house. The structure was truly impressive. It looked like a palace. Huge windows, carved gates, and lots of greenery. It was a palace with huge windows, carved gates, and lots of greenery. She couldn't imagine that Jason, who always wore the same clothes, who hadn't changed his smartphones in years, and who looked unkempt, could be so rich. She was scrutinizing the house, running all sorts of thoughts through her head, when the guy suddenly touched her shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Let's go inside. My parents aren't here right now and won't be for a few days, I guess. So you can make yourself comfortable. Just don't touch anything behind the windows. There's an alarm on those things, and my parents' phone will be notified so they can tap into the cameras. And then they'll have questions. And you don't want that, right?" He smiled, dragging the girl behind him, out the gate of the house, still enjoying her confusion and locking the gate. "Well, you're definitely not running away from here now." Emma stayed at Jason's house for the night. She didn't want to go home, for she knew that her father had not had time to cool down during the day. And perhaps by evening, after another busy day at work, he had only grown angrier, and it would be better to stay out of his sight. Stump had given the girl a separate room and, as promised, had not laid a finger on her. They chatted a little before going to bed about something distant, trying not to stir up a recent memory, so as not to hurt the girl more. The next day Emma went home, confident that she could make peace with her father. She felt a new, incomprehensible, but pleasant, warm feeling toward Jason that she'd never felt before. She wanted to get to know the guy better, to spend more time with him. But if she'd known that the next time they'd meet would be years from now, under extremely strange circumstances. Emma returned home in a good mood and spirit. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, she sensed something wrong. It was dead silent, even though her father was supposed to be home on his day off. She walked cautiously through the rooms and peered into every nook and cranny, making sure the man was nowhere to be found. Excitement replaced past joy. No one knew where Emma's father, Mr. Ben Slow, might be, or why he hadn't left any note about where he'd gone or for how long. Emma picked up her phone and texted her father, "Hi. I'm back home. I spent the night at Kate's. Sorry I didn't text sooner. My phone died, forgot the charger. We'll talk when you get home." Kisses sighing, she sent the message, but there was no reply 5 or 10 minutes later. Mr. Slow never responded for the rest of the day and didn't get home until after dark. Emma was seized with an uneasy feeling. She began calling her father's acquaintances and friends to see if anyone had seen him. But they all said Mr. Ben Slow hadn't been in touch for a couple of days. That's very scary. What could have happened to him? Why isn't he answering messages or picking up his phone? Could Michael have found him and dealt with him after that escape from Emma's house? Or maybe Michael told her that she left with another guy and now her father is looking for Jason, who is home all alone and won't be able to fight back against his father. The thoughts changed one after the other, getting scarier and more disturbing. Emma quickly dialed Jason's number, but no one answered. There was nothing left to do but wait for her father to return or a call from one of the guys. Mr. Ben Slow didn't come home until a couple of days later. All this time Emma felt incredibly anxious, depressed, completely helpless to face the situation. She didn't leave the house. She didn't want to eat, sleep, or do anything. She just lay on her bed day after day, occasionally glancing at her phone to make sure she had no missed calls or messages received, and then continued to stare out the window. With each passing hour, the sense of impending disaster grew stronger. And until the moment Emma heard the front door slam, it felt like the world had gone out from under her feet, like she'd lost any incentive to move on with her life. Mr. Ben Slow returned home in high spirits. He didn't seem to be angry with Emma at all. But the moment he met his daughter's gaze, she knew that nothing good was to be expected. The man didn't linger in his daughter's room, he only spoke. "You and I will discuss your future tonight at dinner. Don't be late." "Where have you been all this time?" "I was worried about you. I called, I wrote, and you never answered. You haven't called back, you haven't written anything back. I was beginning to think something had happened to you. How hard could it have been for you to answer me? Do I have to answer your calls and texts? You've never bothered to answer mine before, so why should I?" Emma lowered her eyes. She didn't know what to say, because everything her father had said was true. She really used to be able to go 24 hours without answering his calls and texts, ignore any attention from him. So what does she want from him now? Why can't he behave like this? Why does he, a grown man, have to answer to her about what he plans to do and what's going on in his life? She didn't say anything. "Exactly. I don't owe you anything. I just took your behavior pattern. And if you don't like something, that's your problem. What did you want to talk about at dinner tonight? What about my future?" "You'll find out at dinner. I don't have time for you now until tonight." The man walked past, leaving Emma alone with her thoughts. The time tonight dragged on interminably. The girl looked at her watch every now and then, not expecting anything good from the upcoming conversation. She felt that it would not end in anything good, but she just could not go down. She felt it would be a grave mistake. Emma was soon to celebrate her 18th birthday. Her father, Mr. Ben Slow, has his own business and had planned to put his daughter to work after she came of age. However, the nature of the job was causing Emma serious misgivings. At the appointed hour, Emma entered the kitchen and sat down opposite her father. Silence reigned. The girl asked if he was angry about her recent departure from home. Mr. Slow replied, "Do you think the whole world revolves round you, my dear? I've been busy with my own affairs, which will soon affect you. Since you neglect education and don't want a career, you'll be working when you come of age. That's out of the question." Emma clarified whether she would work with her father or someone he knew. He said that she will not only work with him, but with many other people. He would explain the details later, after signing non-disclosure documents. Mr. Slow added, "The better you look, the more clients you'll get." Emma realized that this was about work related to her appearance, which she was not thrilled about. "If you try to cheat me in any way or do anything that negatively affects my career, you'll be in trouble. Don't forget, you're my property that I've spent a lot of money and time on. Now you're going to work off the fact that I've raised, clothed, fed, and educated you for so long. I suggest you just accept it." Emma was silent, her mind swarming with unpleasant thoughts that she didn't want to voice and didn't want to fight with her father. At least not right now. She had no advantage over him, no way to win an argument, no chance of claiming her freedom because of his connections. The days until Emma's majority stretched interminably long. Every day she was visited by dozens of thoughts of what lay ahead, but she couldn't imagine what really awaited her and what trials she would have to go through before life more or less normalized and everything settled down. Emma's birthday party was a big success. Her father let her have a party, calling it a farewell to youth and carelessness on that day. She had no idea that in just a couple of days a new phase of her life would begin, leaving no trace of her happy past. Just a couple of days after her birthday, her father took Emma shopping to completely revamp her wardrobe. He chose mostly open, revealing and even vulgar outfits, which did not so much emphasize the advantages of the figure, but flaunted them. "Daddy, am I uncomfortable in this?" Emma whispered, covering herself with the fitting room curtain. "It's even too much for me. I'm not a prude, but I'd never wear something like this voluntarily. It's too much." "It's good that you don't do it voluntarily," the man hissed, looking at his daughter skeptically and noting the bright blue color of the tight-fitting jumpsuit with deep cutouts, translucent inserts on the back, and other piquant elements. The outfit was eye-catching, making her look at the details again and again. The man nodded in satisfaction. After looking at the dress once more, he said, "We'll take it. It's out of the question. You'll wear it next week for your first meeting with a very important person." "Who wears that to a business meeting?" "It's so slutty," Emma whispered. "That's exactly how you should look for this meeting." "Who said it was a business meeting? You have to look presentable so that all your assets can be seen. Is that clear?" Emma nodded uncertainly. She no longer doubted that her father was going to sell her like a commodity, but the thought that he wouldn't do that to his own child gave her a faint hope, in vain. A fortnight later, just as Mr. Slow had said, the first meeting was scheduled to decide Emma's fate. The girl was incredibly anxious, hoping that her father still had common sense and would not do what she had been thinking for the last few months. Emma walked into a large airy room decorated with fresh flowers and lots of decorations. She looked around, stopping a few meters from the entrance. After a few seconds, she heard her father's menacing voice behind her. "Walk forward. Why are you frozen in the aisle? Sit in the designated seat and wait until you are addressed," the man said, pushing his daughter forward. In addition to her, there were several other beautiful girls in equally revealing dresses with colorful makeup and perfect hairstyles. They seemed to see Emma as a rival, so they quickly lost interest in her. There was silence for a few seconds. Emma walked over and sat back in her seat, looking around and trying to figure out what would happen next. A few minutes of complete silence passed. Nothing changed. She decided to lean over to the other girl and ask her. "Excuse me," Emma whispered. "What's going to happen here?" "An event. I just didn't quite realize what exactly was going to happen in this place. They told me to dress like this and do my makeup, but they didn't tell me what to expect." She eyed her rival expectantly. Olivia jerked her head arrogantly, signaling that she had no intention of talking to her. Emma carefully straightened her back and continued to wait for the start. A few minutes later, Mr. Slow entered the room, spreading out papers and pens in front of the girls. He then stopped in the center of the room and, after carefully looking around at everyone present, said in a calm voice, "Now you need to sign contracts before you can meet the people who will allow you to get closer to living the life of your dreams. This is a standardized contract. It outlines the requirement to keep all information completely confidential, not to tell anyone under any circumstances about your work, and to remain calm and follow the demands of your new suitor. Remember, with us all actions are voluntary, so we don't force you to sign any documents. You can just walk out of here right now. For this reason, you are not privy to exactly what is going to happen here before we begin. But after you sign the non-disclosure agreement, you will be able to familiarize yourself with all the requirements." Mr. Slow watched each girl's reaction carefully. He seemed to savor the confusion and incomprehension on their faces, smiling evilly. One of the girls left the document on the table and silently walked out. Everyone else turned round at her, but no one else dared to follow her example. Emma tried to read each clause of the contract carefully so as not to get into an unpleasant situation. Her thoughts were confused, rapidly changing from one to another, causing Emma to have to look over the lines over and over again. She noticed one of the ladies signing a document, then setting it aside. A third girl did the same. Emma could feel the focused gaze of Mr. Slow, who clearly wouldn't leave her alone until she had signed all the papers he needed. Seeing no point in resisting and abandoning her attempts to take in what was going on, Emma quickly signed and pushed the papers aside. Mr. Slow walked past each candidate, handing out a new contract detailing the skills required and the nature of the job. Before you open the document, I must warn you that not everything in it will actually be performed. Many points are prescribed formally and will have no relation to the real situation that will unfold in your life. Therefore, do not worry. In addition, at this point you still have the right to choose. You can refuse to sign and just walk away. But you have no right to tell anyone about what you read here or what happened within these walls. Remember, I have enough information on each of you if you break the rules. With a disdainful look around at those present, he nodded slightly, signaling that he could proceed to examine the document. Emma turned the page hesitantly, and her gaze fell on a few lines. In the event of purchase, the girl becomes the full property of the buyer. She is bound to do his will, be faithful, loyal, follow the rules set forth, and never grumble against the buyer's preferences and desires. The girl looked apprehensively at Mr. Slow, but the latter seemed quite indifferent to his daughter's condition. He made sure that all the girls studied the contract carefully before signing, to minimize the risk of future problems with them. Emma looked round. Everyone was looking at every page carefully, as if trying not to miss any important points, and to get as much information about the job as possible. Emma was afraid to look down at the sheet again for fear of seeing something worse than before. She wanted to run out of that horrible building, forget everything that had happened like a terrible dream, and never ask her father again what he did or who he worked for, what was going on with those girls he brought to his house. But now it looked like they had no choice at all, and she would find out firsthand what happened to them. Time was running out. Emma still decided to take another look at the sheet. Maybe that phrase, taken out of context, was the worst of it, and the rest of the terms would be more loyal and simple. At least that was the impression Emma got when she looked at the other girls, who remained completely calm as they read the document page by page. She lowered her eyes and immediately saw an even creepier phrase: the girl being sold has no right to return to the seller under any circumstances. The buyer is responsible for the girl's life and future. The buyer has the right to dispose of the girl as he or she sees fit, as long as it complies with legal requirements. There was a look of horror in the girl's eyes. After reading the lines, she stared at them for a few more minutes, trying to understand their meaning and find a hidden subtext, which of course was not there. Everything tightened inside and it became difficult to breathe. A small shiver ran through her body, and her mouth was dry. The girl tried to calm down and come to her senses, but there were already traitorous tears in her eyes. How could he, her father, offer her a job like this? How could he so easily trade his own daughter? How could he just give up her happy future, her dreams and desires, everything that bound them together, just to get a large sum of money for her? Emma flinched when she felt a light touch on her shoulder. She jerked as if from an electric shock, then slowly turned to the girl who had tried so hard to get her attention. The one carefully walked to the door and barely audibly whispered, "Look at the last page. We're all here for her. You'll love it, and it will change your life completely." The girl turned away, reading the document in front of her. Emma followed her advice, quickly turning the pages and opening the last one. The title was Intriguing Buyer Requirements. She began to study the paragraphs and noticed one very interesting point, which stated that the buyer was obliged to provide not only for the girl, but also for her entire family, so that none of its members would lack basic needs. And then it dawned on Emma. What was the purpose of all this? Her father just wanted the opportunity for a carefree life, not to work, and yet not to give up the usual level, not to waste time in traffic, not to strain on projects, when you could just once a month get a solid sum on the card. But was it really all just for the money? Had she really become in her father's hands just a commodity that had no voice and would be bought by the first rich man who could offer a tidy sum for her looks and skills? Emma lowered her gaze into the contract again, rereading the one sentence over and over again. And each time she realized more and more what was happening. It turned out that she would be bought by a rich man who would make regular payments to her father and provide for all her needs and desires. But in return, she would have to do whatever he told her to do. Emma thought, a highly questionable generous offer that could have unpredictable consequences. Plus, there's no information about the buyers and what exactly will have to be done. I don't think I'm willing to do anything for the money. Her thoughts were interrupted by her father's voice. Girls, we don't have much time to study the documents. You can sign them and take them home afterwards for a closer look. But I remind you once again, these papers must not get to third parties, and you have no right to talk about your work. If there is anything that makes you uncomfortable, or you are not ready to sign, please leave the room. Emma looked around. Everyone was still sitting in their seats, and she didn't dare to get up and just leave the room. She felt a strange excitement and responsibility that prevented her from making any other decision. Somewhere deep down, she knew that her father, Mr. Ben Slow, would not allow her to give up his plan so easily, that he would make her sign the papers anyway, or simply throw her out on the street. Both were unacceptable. So, gritting her teeth, Emma took the path of least resistance and decided to simply sign the contract lying in front of her. As she did so, she looked up at her father and noticed the approving smile on his face. The man gave his daughter a barely perceptible nod, letting her know that she had done the right thing. After that, he again adopted a detached and cold expression on his face, showing that he was extremely serious. Good. Now we can begin the viewing. Remember, each of you must show your best side to find a candidate who will want to buy you and provide a trouble-free existence. It is worth leaving all the shyness and uncertainty at the door, because with them to count on a good outcome of our event is not necessary. So now I will invite the man who will decide your fate today, and then I will tell you what will happen to the girls who cannot charm the first man and will have to stay under my care until the next viewing. After these words, Mr. Ben Slow left, and in a few minutes returned to the room with a substantial-looking man. He was dressed in an expensive suit, his hair was neatly arranged, and he smelt of expensive perfume. The girls immediately jumped up from their seats, standing in front of the table in modeling poses so that the guest could assess their looks. While Emma continued to watch confused, her father quickly approached her and whispered in her ear, "Stand up immediately and repeat after the girls." Then he immediately stepped back, giving Emma enough room to quickly carry out the order. But it was as if she had frozen. It was only after a few seconds that the meaning of her father's words came to her, and she rose quickly from her seat, trying to look as pretty and confident as her rivals. But she was not very good at it. She didn't realize how to look spectacular against them, so she just continued to stand aside while the other girls attracted the man's attention. Suddenly there came the loud, menacing voice of Mr. Ben Slow. "Everyone to your places and don't draw any undue attention to yourselves. Once again, you have absolutely no part in the selection of the guest. You are merely a commodity for him to evaluate on his own. You can only say or do something if you are directly addressed. Modesty and obedience are highly valued in our business." The man smiled contentedly as he observed the order. "I would like to ask, Ben, how much experience do our lovely ladies have in satisfying men's needs? You know, this question is one of my main concerns among many others. After all, my purchase, so to speak, should completely fulfill all my needs. Is it appropriate to ask such a question?" Of course, you can ask anything that will be interesting to you. Girls will gladly answer all your questions. And in the event that words will not be enough for you, they will be able to demonstrate their skills for a fee. This point we will consider with you, if necessary. A light lit up in the guest's eyes, and it pleased Ben. The man squared his shoulders and smiled, turning to the girls. Well, please tell me, what skills do you possess? What distinguishes you from all other candidates? What special things can you offer to our client? Preferably in detail so that the buyer has no questions about your functionality. Emma listened confusedly to each individual girl's stories. She blushed at each one of them. She wanted to stop listening to all that was being blurted out and described. And when it came to her, when she had to tell about her skills, she just stopped talking, not knowing what to say in such a situation. Well, young lady, why are you silent? The guest asked. I would like to hear about your skills before making a final choice. You look simply magnificent. I can see that beauty was given to you by nature, not by a plastic surgeon. But it's not enough to be beautiful. I need my chosen one to be experienced. And I'm not sure you've had enough experience at your young age. Isn't that right? Emma nodded uncertainly, noticing that everyone around her was looking at her intently. She didn't see any point in lying, didn't want to pretend to be something she wasn't. After her nod, a chuckle was heard somewhere, and then the man spoke up. I'm sorry, but you're definitely not a match for me. That's too bad. Such a beautiful face. It would be a pleasure to look at it day after day. Well, Ben, that girl is free to go. I'd like to talk to you about all the other contestants. I can't decide without first testing their skills. I'd like to agree on a time and place to do it. Then I'll choose who stays with me and we'll make a contract. Agreed? The guest smiled smugly at Ben. Of course, Emma's father, Mr. Ben Slow, said with an equally pleased expression. I'm sorry you didn't like the last candidate. She is indeed extremely charming. I'll work on her experience and her ability to meet any customer's needs. You can rest assured of that. Maybe you'll come back for a second purchase in the future, and she'll be waiting for you, ready to surprise you with her skills. He patted the guest on the shoulder and then gestured for Emma to leave the room. The girl did so, but she didn't dare to just head home. She was sure that the conversation with her father wasn't over yet, and after the promise to teach her everything and the failed experience at the first show, she wouldn't get off with a simple warning. It was getting really scary. She wanted to run away, to get help, to find some way out of this situation. Emma began to think frantically about what she could do, how she could help herself while her father was busy with other things behind closed doors. Suddenly it hit her. She had come up with a simply brilliant plan, which was to buy herself out. Suddenly the terms of the contract popped into her head, which required the buyer to provide for the girl's family, to send enough money to cover all the needs of each family member. I don't care. I'll make my own money for it, just to be safe. Just so I don't become a commodity to be bargained for again, as if in a marketplace. But how do I find the right amount of money? And how much would I even have to pay initially to get the right to own myself? Emma frantically recalled the parts of the contract she'd had time to review. But the information about how much the buyer would pay for the girl never popped into her head. I don't care how much money there is, I'll make money. I just need to buy time to get rid of my father's power now, so that I don't have to endure such humiliation and shame anymore. But where to get the money, and how much is needed? And who will be willing to wait until I'm promoted at work and start getting really big sums? What to do? Who to call? Where to go? With each new thought, Emma seemed to stump herself more and more, until another life-saving idea came to mind. She should call Jason. The guy had been very kind and courteous that day. He hadn't called Emma again, but she hadn't left him her phone number. They weren't at the same school. She sighed heavily as she found the right contact in the phone book and pressed the call button. There was an unbearably long beep, which seemed to shatter her dreams of a good outcome with each passing second. After a couple of dozen seconds of waiting, a mechanical voice said that the caller could not answer, whereupon the call was dropped. Emma made several more attempts, but they were all completely unsuccessful. Jason never picked up the phone. The girl went into the messages. Not a single reply to any message among the many sent to him. He didn't even say anything to Emma's confession of her complicated feelings, which was very hard for her, and after which she hoped that the guy would reappear in her life. But alas, no. They weren't friends. They were just acquaintances. And she didn't know what had happened to Jason. He stopped showing up at general meetings, didn't answer his phone to anyone, and stopped showing up for school. Anxiety and worry were all over her head, but she was much more scared now for herself and for her future. She didn't know what to expect, and she didn't want to know. With trembling hands, Emma put the phone down, squeezing her eyes tightly shut to prevent herself from crying. Her last hope was to contact Michael and ask for his help. If he really cared about her, if he really had warm feelings for her, and if he was willing to do anything for her, then he should understand and forgive her, should help her not to lose the most precious thing she had, her personal freedom. After taking a few more breaths, the girl dialed Michael's number, but the result was exactly the same. The guy didn't answer either from the first time, or from the second, or from the third. There was no hope left. Emma could not find a large sum of money in such a short period of time. She didn't have any money set aside, nor did she have any other wealthy acquaintances. There were no more options left, and neither was her bright future. A lone tear ran down her cheek, and with it came out all the sadness and doom that Emma had stored in her soul. She didn't want such a future. She could never even think that her father, her nearest and dearest, the one who had raised her, the one who had always wanted the best future for her, would just sell her like meat in the market. The tears began to roll copiously. There were already visible tracks of them on her cheeks. A few minutes later, the doors to the room opened, and the very same guest, accompanied by one of the girls, came out of the luxurious hall. He stopped near Emma, looked at her carefully, and then lifting her face by the chin with one finger, smugly said, "Don't worry, dear. Next time you'll be lucky. You'll learn everything, and I'll definitely come for you. In the meantime, what can I take from you? But I'm glad that you realize that in your profession, without self-improvement and constant development of skills, you can't make much progress. Strive for perfection, doll. And then you'll be noticed by some big fish like me." He touched the girl's lip with his thumb, adding, "But you look just like a doll. The important thing is not to lose your beauty while you study, okay?" Emma nodded slowly, not realizing if there was anything at all worth answering such a question. She looked at the man with fear and contempt, making no attempt to hide it, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. After standing near Emma for a few more minutes, he confidently headed for the exit, holding by the waist one of the girls, who only a few minutes ago, in all the colors, and with all the details told about her skills and abilities in satisfying men's needs. It was disgusting to realize that some girls were so easily taken in by such treatment, accepting the fact that they were just going to be used for personal gain, all just to make more money. Emma shuddered, and at that moment her father, Mr. Ben Slow, approached the girl. He stopped a few centimeters away from her, pretending to keep a decent distance, then spoke in a near whisper. "Go back to the hall. Now, after I've seen my guest off, I'll be back to tell you and the other girls what will now be required of you." Emma rose, not daring to cross her father, and returned to the room that made her distinctly disgusted. She lowered herself gingerly into the chair she had recently been sitting in, then began to examine her manicure. She didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't want to think about anything, and certainly didn't want to wonder what might await her next, and how she would gain experience. A few minutes of complete silence passed, and afterwards the doors swung open, and in came Mr. Ben Slow. Although the man looked quite pleased at the sight of the girls, the smile instantly disappeared from his face. He stopped in the middle of the room, turning to the remaining candidates, his daughter among them, and then spoke seriously, trying to sound as convincing and cold as possible. As you realized, girls, you were not chosen because you lack experience in certain areas. Of course, such a thing is unacceptable, but I have plenty of experience. That man just fell for that girl's manufactured game. I don't know how disappointed he'll be yet. In any case, at the moment we have no more buyers, so until the next one appears, you all have nothing left but to improve your skills and gain some experience, of course, by contributing a certain amount to our fund on a regular basis. You will give love to other people for very decent money. He continued, we will give a certain percentage to you. The rest will be spent on your wardrobe, hiring stylists, organizing such luxurious events, and so on. Is that clear? You start work tomorrow from 18. I'll see you all here. Excuse me, but how exactly are we going to gain experience, and what kind of experience? Emma suddenly asked, gathering all her will into a fist. I just want to know what to expect from the job ahead of me. Whatever sweetheart tells you to do, you will do, replied one of the girls, not giving the man a chance to get a word in edgewise. Any experience is highly valued here, especially experience that pays well. So take those men who are willing to give up a fortune for your pleasure. You'll learn to recognize them in time. The girl smiled, but Emma didn't share her mood at all. She felt uncomfortable. She wanted to leave quickly, but her father's menacing gaze seemed to hold her in place. She stood there, unsure of what to do or how to protect herself from such a future, feeling the last shreds of hope slipping from her grasp. And Emma began to have the very experience her father had spoken of, this strange man who would give huge sums of money to buy a body that would belong to him completely, and do whatever he just said. The men changed each other every day. Their fantasies and desires were so unexpected for the girl that she was often lost, not understanding what and how to do. After that, she cried night after night, praying to all the gods that this nightmare would end one day. New clients came every day, and on a beautiful girl who was ready to fulfill any desires and whims, there was simply no rejection. Some were willing to pay huge sums of money to spend a few full days or nights with Emma. And she was ready to do anything to make this nightmare stop, so that she could feel like a normal person again, not worrying about who would be in her bed tomorrow and not waking up every day with a terrible feeling of disgust for herself and her own body. Emma tried not to think about her future. Her father, Mr. Ben Slow, was pleased with his daughter. He often praised her because clients left positive feedback and wanted to spend time with her again. In his opinion, she was learning new skills, didn't turn down any offers, and successfully brought him fame by attracting more and more clients. Perhaps Emma would have liked to refuse some clients, not let them overstep their bounds, but she just couldn't do it, knowing what punishment awaited her at home. Once she dared to refuse to fulfill a client's demand, and afterwards she spent several hours on a grueling workout, which made her whole body ache, it seemed, even her internal organs. It was unbearable to go to work the next day in such a state, and another complaint provoked a repeat of the punishment. After several such workouts, when the girl could not even get out of bed, but was forced to do so, she gave herself a promise to switch off all feelings, emotions, and disgust. She decided not to give up anything or show any emotion. Let them do anything to her, let them demand anything, as long as they didn't make her feel any worse than was possible. Days went by. Another client did not choose Emma either, preferring the blonde. The girl's father didn't care at all about the fact that the client himself had expressed a desire to take only the girl with blonde hair. He began to chase Emma even more, forcing her to maintain a perfect figure. He almost sent her to a plastic surgeon to tweak the imperfections of the woman's body. But at this point, the girl got lucky and a buyer was found for her. Another viewing day was scheduled. Nothing was known about the buyer's preferences and intentions in advance. As always, Emma could not prepare for this event and did not even expect that she would be chosen among all the girls. Emma didn't want anything more from this life, didn't want to strive for anything, didn't want to try to sell herself, didn't want to think and dream about anything. She simply accepted her path in life, giving up all desires and pleasures. The viewing was scheduled for the afternoon, which was uncharacteristic for buyers of girls. Usually after a successful transaction, they preferred to stay alone with the girls, and during the night to check all the skills and abilities that the beauties promised to show. But Emma was not embarrassed at all, because she was already indifferent to how the next event would go. She didn't think about the preparation. She didn't want to make herself a completely different, unrecognizable person. But no one asked her. Her father had made Emma wear one of the brightest dresses, hired a hairstylist and makeup artist to improve her chances of success, and for good reason. After all, it was her colorful image that immediately caught the attention of the man who walked in, looking for something special, something he hadn't seen elsewhere. Emma stared blankly off to the side. She didn't want to please the new customer, and she didn't want to spend any energy trying to please him. She knew her schedule well and realized that she had to save her energy for the evening to avoid another punishment from her father. "Are you, young lady, ready for such an offer? Can you?" The voice of a man standing a few meters away from her suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. "I can do anything you want. I can demonstrate it right now," Emma replied and took a step towards the potential buyer, but he immediately stopped her with a gesture, showing her to get back in line. "I take it that this girl has a lot of experience in lovemaking and is of easy behavior, since she was so quick to show off her skills in front of everyone." "That's not what was said," the man asked, turning to Mr. Ben Slow, who was standing at a distance. "That's right. This girl can do a lot of things. I'm sure she could pleasure even your paralyzed son. The fact that she's of light behavior won't affect her attitude towards your son at all. She will be faithful and loyal, she will never leave his side, and she will fulfill his every wish. Am I right, Emma?" The man looked at his daughter and she nodded obediently. "I'm telling you, all our girls are perfectly trained. They will do whatever you want at any time of the day or night for a very reasonable fee," Mr. Ben Slow said. The guest listened intently, nodding at every word and never taking his eyes off Emma. He stared so intently at the girl that for some reason she became uncomfortable with his piercing gaze. Although there was no contempt or displeasure in it, it was calm and confident, but at the same time so piercing and cold that it became uncomfortable. Emma shuddered. "I would like to discuss all the details of our agreement in more detail before we sign the papers or transfer the funds. If you don't mind, I'd like this girl to be present so she understands what will be required of her," the man said. Mr. Ben Slow beckoned his daughter to him with one gesture. Emma stood beside him, listening intently to everything his guest would say. "We're listening carefully. You can ask any questions, clarify anything that confuses you, so that in the future in our cooperation there will be no questions and misunderstandings," said Mr. Slow calmly, looking carefully at the guest and not paying attention to how nervous his daughter was. "I would like to point out at once that I need a beautiful girl not so much to satisfy my son's physical needs, although that may be necessary, but to care for him fully, to help him with various household chores, personal hygiene, and so on," he continued. "Unfortunately, my wife and I leave the city quite often due to various business trips. Our son is categorically opposed to having to hire a new carer time after time. We thought about it and decided that the perfect birthday present for him would be a girl who would be beautiful and well-groomed, who would treat him well and help him in every way. You were recommended to me by my close friends. And here I have found the very beauty who will almost certainly be to my disabled son's liking." Emma didn't say anything, didn't comment in any way on what she had heard, continuing to stand silently beside her father. The opportunity to woo another man instead of selling her own love seemed just perfect. But according to the rules, she couldn't say anything until the client approached her directly, and there was no such thing. So Emma continued to watch in silence. "That's great. Our girls can provide any range of services, including caring for people with disabilities. All of them are sensitive and understanding, knowing how to behave with a person who has lost a lot of things in his life, including its meaning," said Mr. Ben Slow. At that moment, Emma did not hold back and snorted. But she pulled herself together, glancing at her father and noticing the displeased look on his face. Fine. Then I'll take this girl today and give her to my son tomorrow. Will she always be this silent or not? Asked the guest. She will be as your son wants her to be. He can be always so silent and not say a word back, or he can make jokes and tell stories of his life, read books, retell films. It all depends only on what our client wants. And the girl will adjust, replied Mr. Slow. That's great. I like it when beautiful girls are so stroppy and silent, and they don't interrupt during a conversation. It's a pity, of course, that your girl led such a dissolute life, said the man. My wife wanted to find a more acceptable candidate. But I think if you don't say anything to her, your beauty will not give herself away. Right? You won't tell anyone how much experience you've had, said Mr. Ben Slow, turning to Emma. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just got out of school and I wanted to help people. So I took the job at the charity you found me at. I'm not interested in any carnal pleasures, only in helping your sick son, she said. What a beautiful girl. Now I definitely have to buy her. Go and draw up all the documents. In the meantime, I'll see to it that no one takes her away from me, said the buyer. Mr. Slow immediately went swiftly to the small door at the end of the hall where his office was, to find all the necessary papers and to prepare them as soon as possible. In the meantime, the buyer continued to regard Emma. Suddenly he asked her, "Why did you go this way? Such a beautiful girl, young at all, could have got an education. At least try to earn money in another way. Yes, I understand that it's easier, that it's a way to get a large sum of money quickly. But don't your honor and dignity suffer? Don't think I'm judging you. I just don't understand why." "I don't understand it myself," she whispered. But the man clearly heard it, because his eyes widened with surprise. "My father made me come here. He said that I didn't deserve anything else, that I had to pay back all the money he spent on me while I was growing up. The first man didn't buy me, and then I was sent to learn and gain experience, which is important for buyers. And somehow that's how it worked out. I just didn't have a choice. Just like your son didn't have the option of refusing to become disabled, right? He was a perfectly healthy guy until he ran into a bunch of thugs." She looked at the man, noticing the look of sadness on his face. "They left nothing on him. And why? Because he acted like a normal guy, stood up for the girl. Anyway, he had a back injury, and after that his lower body completely shut down. He's trying to get used to his new life. But too little time has passed, and now my wife and I are trying to do everything we can to make his life a little easier and less miserable. 4. Emma noticed how the man's gaze became sad and heavy. For some reason, she wanted with all her heart to support him. She touched his hand gently and whispered, "You are a wonderful father. I wish I'd had one," she smiled, but it was so crooked that it betrayed her pain. "I really want to help your son, and I'll do anything to do it." "Thank you," whispered the man, looking fondly at Emma. And at that moment, her father came out of the office with all the necessary documents in his hands. He quickly walked up to the man and held them out to him. "Here you go, please, everything is ready. You can sign the documents and take this beauty for yourself. We have already sent all her things by delivery to the address given. Don't worry. Or you can update your wardrobe to suit your taste," said Mr. Ben Slow. The buyer quickly went through all the papers, read the main sections of the contract, then left his signature and handed the documents and his bank card to Mr. Slow. "Here, you can make your first debit. The girl is coming with me tonight." The man nodded and Emma laughed, unsure of what to do in the situation. Should she go at once, or should she say goodbye to her father? Should she do something, sign some papers or something? She looked at her father with fear and doubt, but not a single muscle on his face trembled. He just nodded, congratulated the buyer on his wonderful purchase, and then offered to walk her to the exit. Something inside Emma clenched unpleasantly, and afterwards tears began to bake in the corners of her eyes, so unnecessary at this moment. She should have felt relief and freedom after being able to break free from her father's clutches. But inside instead, there was a complete sense that she had lost herself, now forever lost the last strings that connected her to freedom and a chance at release from slavery. Emma and her buyer headed for the hotel. By the time the taxi stopped outside the familiar building of the upscale hotel, the girl thought she had it all figured out. But her thoughts were wrong the moment she was ready to pull the man to her to kiss him. He suddenly got out, walked round the taxi, opened the door and spoke. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait for tomorrow's gala at this hotel. I don't think there's any way I could hide you at my house." Emma nodded understandingly and took the room keys from the man's hands. "I'll pick you up tomorrow at 10. Here's your card." The man held out his bank card. "Could you buy yourself something more decent than this dress? I'd like to make the right impression on my spouse." Emma nodded once more, accepting the card, continuing to remain silent. After standing in complete silence for a few seconds, the man did speak up. "Well then, until tomorrow? I hope you'll be fine and you won't disappear from this hotel with my bank card by morning." "Don't worry, that won't happen." "I'll be waiting for you tomorrow," Emma replied. The man got back into the car and drove off, leaving Emma in deep thought. On the one hand, she was definitely lucky to be in a situation where she wasn't going to be bought to use her body after all, and that made the girl incredibly happy. But on the other hand, somewhere in the back of her mind, she wasn't sure she could handle taking care of a disabled man. What if he didn't like her? What if she made the wrong impression on this guy's mother? What would happen if she misbehaved in some way and was sent back? No way, she couldn't let that happen. Emma immediately rushed to the shops, trying to put together an understated yet stylish look that would please everyone at once. Back at the hotel, she checked her phone. Not a single call or text from her father. What had she expected? Now she was not a part of his life, not his child, but just a commodity that he had successfully sold, and now she would be able to need nothing. The next morning, the girl got up early to neatly style her hair and do a light makeup. Once she was dressed, she took a critical look at herself and, realizing that she looked just fine, went downstairs, where yesterday's buyer was already waiting for her. "You look beautiful." "Emma, this change of image suits you," the man literally glowed when he saw her. "I love it too." "Thank you very much, Mr. Smith," Emma said. "My wife's name is Julie, and my son's name is Jason. We live in this neighborhood, not far from here, so your package will arrive safely. You don't have to worry." But Emma couldn't hear the man's last words. Her ears were bleeding. She was out of breath. She remembered this street, the way she'd driven down it with her close friend Jason to his house, and how she'd memorized every turn so that, if anything, she could get home on her own. Emma slowly got out of the car, realizing that the hunch was becoming more and more obvious, and the moment the car stopped in front of such an achingly familiar house, everything inside shattered. Emma quickly got out of the car and rushed to the front of the house, paying absolutely no attention to the man's surprised face. She didn't want to waste another minute of torment and doubt. Running into the living room, she saw the familiar figure of a guy in a wheelchair and immediately rushed to him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "What the devil are you doing?" exclaimed the guy, trying to pull Emma away. "Who the hell are you?" Jesus, you're alive, you're here. I saw you again, how I missed you. How often I've thought of you," the girl said, snuggling against his neck. From the first heard words, the guy froze. "Fool, why didn't you answer me?" Emma pulled away from him abruptly. Jason froze in place. He stared at the one he'd been thinking about for days and nights, the one he'd dreamed about in his most beautiful dreams and nightmares, the one in which he'd lost her time after time. All thoughts abruptly vanished. His lungs became short of air, and all he could utter were 4 words. "I didn't want to be a burden. Fool." Emma whispered and threw herself around his neck, kissing him tenderly. The boy's parents stood aside, watching everything that was going on. "Is this the gift you bought for our son?" whispered the woman to her husband. "But I got him exactly what he wanted," he smiled back. Soon Jason made Emma an offer of marriage, which she could not refuse. The girl no longer communicated with her father, starting a new happy chapter of her life. In life, everything happens for a reason. After each trial, there is a reward commensurate with the difficulties through which it was possible to get through with exorbitant efforts.